Well, yeehaw. All right. How y'all doing? Welcome to a very special episode of Beyond the Double Red Doors. And it's very special. What's that? Oh, I think that welcome Americans to Beyond the Double Red Doors for a very special American edition of the show. I get if you're not an American citizen, or I guess you can still watch. Makes me feel a little icky, you know. I don't know what's going on. Talking about you over there. You see how red my nose is? I have allergies. Been blowing my nose quite a bit. So since nobody probably noticed it, I'm gonna point it out. Check out the color on those two cameras, right? That is because I finally broke down, got a second Blackmagic. So my two main cameras now are the same. I do have a third super secret camera that is not the same, but its purpose and intent, staring over at it right now off screen. I'm going to have to apologize right out of the gate, because if my voice sounds a little throaty, it's because I had to eat before doing this. Because I don't know how long this is going to last. I just don't know. But I don't want to get hangry in the middle of it. Plenty of reasons that I might get upset tonight. And I don't need to add I'm hungry to that list of possible reasons. So welcome Americans. And if you're not American, okay, whatever. Beyond the Double Red Doors, if you haven't already, smack that subscribe button, like it, tell your friends and neighbors, even if they voted the opposite way that you did. Although, seriously, what are the odds? What are the odds that I don't feel like political affiliation is what, if you're watching the show, probably has nothing to do with political affiliation. In fact, it probably has very little to do with me at large. It has a lot more to do with y'all and each other. But anyway, I've been watching other YouTube videos for inspiration. Smash that subscribe button. Smash it. How many times can I do that? I have got a little stream deck, so I can just hit that button, get that thing popping up there. I got another button here. You're gonna want to see it. Up it just for a second. See? But this way you don't have to hear me going quite as often. You're still gonna hear that from time to time, but not as much. Let's stop that. So that is why my throat sounds a little, I sound a little throaty. I don't really know how else to put it. Let's see, I hope this. So there, I just muted. Hopefully you did not hear me cough because it was gross. Let's say hi to those of you who were I'm trying to think of the adjective I want to use here. Brave enough, bored enough, patriotic enough to join me tonight. You'll notice the American flag in the background. You might notice in this side camera here the Don't Tread on Me flag. So I am, look, this is as patriotic as I get. My gun just fell to the floor. My plastic pump shotgun, which, along with the Don't Tread on Me flag, was used in the original Last of Us video that I did. The American flag I used in a Far Cry video. And the spinner here, which I'm going to be using to call states, because really, like, you watch the analysts and you watch what states are in play, for whom, etc. You might as well just be spinning a wheel, really. Spinning a wheel. And maybe if things get bad enough, I'll have to replace some of the things written on there with self-flagellating things. There's another thing I want to try tonight. Before even getting into any of this, but I want to be sure that I remember. Let me get to it. Excuse me. One by one here. I want to say hi to everybody. Muzz, who is now Scottish Undertones ASMR. So if anybody was a fan of ASMR Muzz, which I'm sure there were a lot of you, he changed his name to Scottish Undertones ASMR because he's Scottish, right? That was the first reason, I think. Sean Connery died recently, age of 90. He made feeling up there pretty good, I think. Right? 90s, pretty fucking old. But also I think Muzz was like being tagged as like a dirty word by YouTube, which is stupid. Stupid that they tagged it as a dirty word. So I'm sorry, Muzz, that you had to change your name. I do like your new name. And yeah, there you go. If you have not checked him out, check him out. Hello, Lexi. Good to see you again. Space Can. Oh, this is very kind. It's very possible. Hello, Ramona. Oh, look, Nasha is here tonight. Nasha has been absent, I think, the past couple of nights, past couple of episodes, so good to see you. Xeva, I'm glad that you are here. I don't know what I'm going to do. I don't really know what's going to happen. Like, I don't know how long I'm going to run for. I know there are some things I want to do, I want to try. Some of them are experimental and may fail horribly. Although so far, this thing's worked. Here's some set. A little bit of Santeria for you there, down in Florida, the hotly contested Florida. So just in case. And I can't get rid of it. Oh, dear God. This is what happens. Y'all can hear me, but you can't see me because what What just happened here? Oh, it's bad. It's bad. Stay with me. Stay with me. I'll try and fix it. That's not how I wanted to try and fix it. Swap those. Try that again. Swap. And I want to close this. No. I want to swap. I want to close you. I want to close you. I'm right on you. Here we go again. Sorry. With you. See what happens. Oh no, that's not what we wanted. Look at this. I'm going to have to add a new scene here. So annoying. That's annoying. That's a thing that Ecamm did. They added functionality, which thanks for the functionality, Ecamm, but basically you just made it more difficult for me to do what I want to do. Now I have to like take this main and all my stuff I wanted to show in the current scene is gone. Oh my God. What a disaster. But y'all can hear me right now and see me right now. Let's get the logo back up. At least I can do some of that. Can I even do that? No. It's all in this scene, and I cannot find a way to get rid of this damn movie. Now that I've... Oh. Did that do it? No. There's no way to fix this. This is the most frustrating thing. How frustrating. How frustrating. Really frustrating. Okay, let's just move on from there. Thank you, Stream Deck, for screwing everything up. And now I can't even... Can I? Oh, okay, I can still do this. And I can still add... Let's see, let's at least get this back where it was. Hopefully, you know, the voting machines are not this prone to all kinds of error. I don't do enough prep. I don't prep enough. And this is what happens when you don't. I can't wait to try this other stuff that I want to try, which is even more prone to fail. Oh Christ. Excuse me. Again. It's going to take me a moment. Got the watermark. Thank you. That should have been up here anyway. Oh, it's itty bitty. Why are you so little? Why are you so little? Go up there. Okay. I think we're more or less back to where we started. I don't know what's been going on now. Can you all hear me right now? Can you hear me that right now? Is it cool? If you can hear me right now, if you can let me know if you can hear me right now and everything is okay. Recovered slightly. Okay, great. So yeah, hello everybody. Vincent and Pavi and Ramona, Zemimski, Chels, Q, Grace, yes, the Bob Ross shirt. That is to bring me a little bit of peace because I'm very, very full of anxiety right now. So yeah, so some of the things I wanted to try tonight, apart from this, is some more new functionality that Ecamm has added. So the question I'd like to ask all of you who have stuck around thus far. Oh wait, what did I forget? What did I forget? Oh wait, no, not me. Okay, good. Not me. Here's the question I'd like to ask y'all. Everybody in chat right now. If you are listening and watching, hi Indigo, by the way. Hi KJ and Sean Cornwall and Olevi Oracle. Who is one, okay, there's a couple of criteria for this. One, you have to have access to a computer. You have to be watching this on a laptop or your PC or your Mac. The second criteria is you have to be using Chrome. Or have Chrome, I believe. And then the third criteria is you have to want to join me on the podcast right now, on video and audio, for a little interview. I'm super proud of that, Nasha. I hope that it doesn't destroy you the way that it destroyed me. That's not funny, Violet. Stop it. So I have a yes from Lexi. And I have a yes from Xava. I don't know what I'm so nervous means. I have a yes from Nasha. Oh, Haley, I didn't even know you were here. Everyone is asleep, so you can't do it. Next time, definitely. Okay, well, I can't do anybody. I can't do everybody. And keep in mind, this may fail spectacularly. So, all right. So we had, let me write down who we got. What a great use. First use for our spinning wheel here. I had Trump and Biden written on all these. Okay, but going up to the top. So Lexi said yes. Xava said yes. It's a helicopter overhead. Violet, I'm going to put Indigo in parentheses, said yes, although she is nervous. Nasha said yes. Pavi said, wait, what are the terms again? no terms. It's just, I think it only works if you have a laptop and you can run Chrome. Because basically what I do is I send you a link and you just go to the link. And as long as you have a laptop microphone and webcam on your laptop or computer, you're good to go. Can you hear that? The low rumble. It's a harbinger. Butterfly Composer said, I will after I'm done cooking. Q at work, not brave enough to join. KJ might be willing. And I really need like a yes or a no. Grace is on a MacBook and using Chrome. Muzz is available, so let's put Grace. I'm sorry, not Muzz. Sorry. Scottish undertones. No, it's not American. It's audio and video. I'd really prefer audio and video if possible, in part because I want to check to be sure that it works. Am I super loud? Let me turn down a little bit. Yeah, felt like I might be too loud. But I also felt like the last few podcasts I was not loud enough. So, yes, that was a chopper. Yeah, they're really big because they're military choppers, right? So a lot of them are like those double-bladed transport choppers, and also Marine One. I'm right by Langley, right? So it's very close there. I'd like video to be a prerequisite because I want to test that. Chels says, screw it, it's a yes for me. Oh, and I hear another one coming. There's probably going to be a lot tonight. No, that's a jet. Well, Chels, let's see. Okay, so here we go. So, Lexi, Xava, Violet, parentheses, Indigo, Nasha. What the hell did I write? Grace. Grace, you said audio only, though. I make an exception for Grace. Scottish undertones and Chels. Okay. So it's very possible that this won't work, but that's what we're going to try right now with somebody and give it a spin. Xava has won. So Xava. Okay, so here's the deal. Shoot. Wait, I need to give you a link. How can I give you the link? Didn't think this through. Xava, if you could send an email to a dead symbol at gmail.com with either somewhere, I'll just respond to you with the link. And then what you do is you just go to the link and we can talk about whatever. I've wanted to do this for a while. So, yeah, Xava. Calling Xava. Xava, are you there? Either email me at adeadsymbol@gmail.com or DM me. All right, we got it. We got Xava. Yes, well, I don't know. You're supposed to. You're supposed to. It's this new functionality for Ecamm that is replacing the Skype NDI, which was just a nightmare. So I'm very interested to see how this is going to work. We're all in this together. Okay. Well, Xava, so what's the best way for you to get in contact, for me to send you a link? My email is adeadsymbol@gmail.com. There's another one. It's like get used to it, right? This is the way it's going to be. Look how red my nose is. That's dude. Shaking the house. That shook the house. That was so low. That frequency was so low. All right, I'm going to check my email. See if Xava sent me an email. Yes, that's right. It is adeadsymbol@gmail.com. That is my email address. Gotta switch. Oh, I got it. I got the reply from Xava. Okay. So this is going to be really, this is probably going to be a train wreck. I'm warning you all ahead of time. Let's see how well Ecamm, it's all Ecamm's fault. Whatever happens, if it doesn't work, it's Ecamm's fault. So don't blame me. So I'm turning on my interview window. And I am copying the link. And Xava, I am sending you a link right now. If you go to that link, it should show you like an image of yourself. It should let you test your mic. And then you will be in the green room. It'll put you in a green room. And then I'll be able to just bring you in. In theory, this supposed to go very, very smoothly. Will it actually? Who knows? Yeah, no, there's nothing to worry about. I mean, look at Xava. I mean, come on. I'm a wreck. So let me know when you get that. We'll give her a minute. Let's talk about something else. For instance, look, maybe you're a Trump supporter. Maybe you're a Biden supporter. Maybe after tonight, your candidate will win. Maybe your candidate will lose. Regardless of who your candidate is and who wins or loses, post-election, you're always going to need a wallet. So why not make it a Ridge wallet? In fact, Ridge wallet. You'll see my Pazuzu head and my magnetic balls there. that Pazuzu had is, if the election seems to not be going my way, I'm going to summon Pazuzu. So no matter what, you're going to need a wallet. You get 10% off. Listen to that. Well, I'm not gonna lie either. I genuinely do use this wallet. And I've told you who this wallet is good for and who it sucks for. If you carry anything, like I even have some money like here, but I wouldn't trust that. Like if you just carry cards, you carry fewer than a dozen cards, Ridge Wallet's awesome. If you carry more the cards than that, or you like to carry cash or anything else, it's not. All right, so that's enough of that. I feel like we were kind of pitter-pattering to give Xava time. I do not see her in the green room, which, if she was able to go to that link, should have been able to see her in the green room by now. Xava. Hey, Colorful Dreams, good to see you. Hey, ASMR Graviton Glow. You have 2 cards. Perfect. Actually, 2 cards might be too little. You might need to put a couple of cards in there to beef it up. So, Xava, how's it going? The email that I sent you, Xava, has a link that you should have just been able to click on that link. And well, let me know when you can. Give it a couple more minutes, because I realize it's, kind of a weird thing. But let me know. Oh, look. The secret is I work with this person. Oh my gosh. I just got Xava on the line. It's saying that there's no audio. So I have Ava in the green room. I see the video, but it's saying that there's no audio. So Xava, if you can hear me right now, for some reason it's saying there is no audio, but maybe I need to add you. You know what? I'm going to add Xava right now and see what happens, because maybe need to add them in order for them to be, in order to hear. Xava, can you hear me?
Yes.
Oh my gosh, this freaking works. Can everybody hear her?
Oh,
Did you just see yourself pop up on the screen? I'm
yes.
facing the wrong way now. Hold on, let me do that there. That way it's more that I'm facing you. Well, now I'm a little taken aback because I did not expect this to work. I thought this was,
I'm
I,
scared too.
I thought it was gonna fail. But it's nice to meet you. Where are you from again? I know we've talked.
Uh, I'm French, and therefore I'm not sure that you can understand me well with my poor accent.
Oh, no. I'm an expert at French accents. Don't you know
Ok.
that?
Et je peux parler en français?
Oui,
Ok.
oui, oui, oui. Sacre bleu. So where in France are you from, or where are you? If you're comfortable with that, I don't know if that's too much
I'm in
of you.
Brittany, which is the west coast of France.
Oh wow. So um, you are near. Hold on a second.
Hello,
Oh wow! Look at
everyone.
that! Look at that!
Hey, colorful.
So Brittany is kind of like a peninsula sticking out of the west end of France, right?
Yes. It's in a shape of a dragon's head,
I kind of see
almost.
that. I can see that.
Mm.
Yeah, with that almost you can see the tongue sticking out a little too. Um, are you near the coast?
I'm in Rennes,
Oh, so you're in
which is
the big city.
the big city, yes.
Yeah, but not that far from Paris then. So what, like 6 hours? What, I don't know how to translate this.
No, one, almost 2 hours from Paris in train, by train.
Wow, that's awesome. And how long have you been there?
10 years now.
Wow. And what do you
Do
think
you hear me
of?
well?
Oh, I hear you fine.
Okay.
Can everybody
Uh,
else hear? Here. She looks like Gerard Way's wife. I don't know what Gerard Way's wife looks like. That's so. What do you see? I'm curious, um, Xavier. Like, what do you actually see right now?
I see the screen split in two parts,
Okay,
and you are in the left, and I'm the right.
and then you actually see if I add a comment, you see it pop up as well.
Yes, I
This
see
is
them. Yes.
awesome. This is that. Frankly, I mean, like Ecamm has dropped the ball on like so many things that I'm shocked that they did a good job on this. Um, so, what brought you to start listening to this podcast? How about that?
This one tonight?
Or in general, like, because obviously I've seen you at a bunch of them, but I'm curious how
Mm.
you found them. Or
I started listening to ASMR a few months ago. It's pretty new for me. But I had, like everyone, I think, listening to ASMR, a lot of problems to sleep recently, and it helps me a lot. And when I found your channel, I thought it was one of the most interesting for me
like top five?
because of your top, maybe top three, top three.
That's
Um, and um, I feel um, sorry.
oh no no. This is take your time or I'm amazed that there's like so little lag. There's far less lag between you and I than there is like the lag between us and I think what people are seeing, right? Um, it's just amazing to me that this is working at all. I'm over the moon, and I'm pleased to be able to actually put a face and a voice to a comment, avatar
Yeah,
that I've been seeing for a while. So that's really cool. Is there
I
anything?
didn't expect that.
Yeah, no. Even knowing that I was gonna do this, I didn't expect. Yeah, I didn't expect that it was gonna work. Um, is there anything? So, are you part of like this weird? Or no, it's not weird. No. Are you? Are you part of this Discord channel thing that
No,
goes on? No? Okay, cool. But do you feel like you've gotten like a camaraderie with people on the
yeah,
podcast? Like, yeah, like
it's part of it's one of the reasons. Um, it's also part of what I like on your channel. It's the people.
yeah, it's weird. Like I feel often like I'm kind of superfluous. Like it's just sort of uh, I feel like I'm just the one that like hits the button to get everybody to come to like this one place. But uh, if I just weren't there or we're just not saying anything, watching the conversations and watching like the friendships that have come from it has been really rewarding. And I think it's the reason that I keep wanting to do it and why this is frankly like a little more rewarding to me right now than doing ASMR videos because um, like when I record an ASMR video, I don't even know if I'm ever gonna post it. I don't know what the reaction is gonna be. I don't have like any sort of direct connection. Uh, so yeah, what time is it there?
Um, 2 a.m.
Oh dear. So you
It's
do
not
have
that late.
problems. Well, maybe for the French, it's not that late. For, for
For
me,
me,
it
and
would be
for
there.
colorful, I think was also, which is French too. Colorful Dream is French. Hey,
Is Colorful Dreams
and
French?
yes.
Hey, what's up? Um, do you have anything that you wanted to ask or anything that you wanted to ask either anybody in the chat or me or um, about anything in particular? Or the election, if you're interested in the American election?
Well, I'm interested in politics in general, and right now the world is like in fire, and I think there is a lot of I don't know the word in English. Des enjeux, um, a lot of things are going to be impacted by what will happen in USA tonight in
Yes.
the world.
Yeah.
So I think that we are all concerned by that. And
So are
if
you act?
Trump is reelected, it's a tragedy for the world.
Oh man, I love hearing that. I mean, I don't love hearing that, obviously, but it's nice that it's nice to hear that people who, I mean, you're not on the other side of the world, but very far away, right? Actually feel that way and are. So you were following the election anyway. Are you like? It's something that you're actively trying to. You want to know like what the outcome is, and you're worried about it, and um, there's a lot riding on it for you too. I think it's easy. Like I mean, I was being jocular earlier when I was kind of like, "Oh, Americans only," right? Like
Mm.
obviously, um, the the results of this election impact the entire world. Um, so it's going to be very interesting to see what happens. Um, are you where is actually no, I don't want to sound stupid. I was going to ask you. Let me just see if I can. No, that's not even close to you. Sorry. It's I've never traveled abroad because I have a thing with planes. So my
Oh,
knowledge of Europe and like the relative nearness to me, like you might as well be like I was like, oh, how close are you to Catalonia? Like, what are your thoughts on the Spanish Civil War? um,
I'm
but
Spanish, actually. My parents are Spanish, but I was born in France.
oh, but you're first generation French. Then.
I was born in France, yes, but my two parents, both of my parents are Spanish.
Like
Um,
whenever I speak to people who are Spanish, they're like, well, it's either Barcelona. Um, there's a lot of I guess rivalry between Barcelona and, is it Andalusia or Valencia?
Madrid? Oh, Valencia, which
Valencia
is
and
a little more north.
yeah, so like Barcelona and Valencia, like apparently there's some strange sort of rivalry that I don't totally understand about those two areas, but you probably don't know. Cool. Well, so this works. And thank you
That's
for
right.
testing
That's
it out with
insane.
me. Yeah, I really, really
Thank you.
appreciate it. And we'll do it again a little bit later. Actually want to like check on the progress of the electoral votes and all that. But thank you so much for doing this. That was, and you're
Thank you.
on. Was it as easy as you just got a link, you hit it, and it?
Yes, what took me so long was because I had to change my computer. On the first, I have no webcam and everything, so I had to
Got you.
change. It took me a little time, but everything worked perfectly
Wow.
for the other one.
I got to give it to Ecamm. I forgive the blunder that happened like 15 minutes ago, just because I really, really did not think this was going to work. Are you able to share your name, or would you just Eva? Is that?
My name is Eva.
Oh, it is Eva.
And
Okay, perfect.
Eva.
Okay. Well, thank you very much, Eva. I appreciate
Thank you,
this,
Scott.
and I'll see you back in the chat.
Yeah, maybe my English will improve, and I'll be able in the future to talk better and more.
No, yeah, you did great. This was perfect. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right, bye. Wow, I was I guess kind of taken aback because first let's switch that back because I really was not expecting it to work. So that was fun, and I want to do it again a little bit later in the show or whatever this is, if people are still around it, and we want to do it, right? But I would like to real quick. Yeah, you're right, Nasha. That's totally. The whole time I was like, well, what's not going to work? Okay, maybe she'll be able to join, but I won't hear her audio. Or maybe I'll hear her audio like 10 seconds after she talks, or she'll hear my audio 10 seconds after I talk, or so many things that could have gone wrong. But none of them did. Oh no, that's crazy. That was awesome. I was nervous too, if that makes you feel any better. Because I didn't have anything prepared because I didn't think it was going to work. So anyway, real quick. Well, I guess, is anybody following the election right now? Oh goodness. It's weird. I have Fox up because I want to get the most pessimistic sort of interpretation of how things are going. What I want is just, so I have this map, but I don't know how accurate this map is. Updated at 11, no. Oh, look, Tucker Carlson. Watching Tucker Carlson speak. What a joy. His huge face. His giant, for such a large head, and a very small brain. Texas numbers are starting to roll in. Now that's going to be interesting. I'm, of course, even more interested in Florida because I am from Florida, which, like Brittany, is a peninsula. Let's see here. you're right. I don't want to. I agree with all of this. Yeah. Is that a serious question? Is anybody rooting for Biden? Like, define rooting, right? Like, I mean, I'm not excited about the guy, right? But I want him to win. Shock horror. Florida's being really weird. Strange results coming in certain counties. The little man from Monster House, the dude with the cape, the best friend, I think his name is Chuck. I just rewatched Monster House a few days ago at the request of my child. And this is ironic because Miami has been, and Miami-Dade County has historically been so Democratic. So, very upsetting. What is this for non-Americans? Did you know we dubbed the call the bald eagle over with the call the red-tailed hawk? I didn't know that. And I didn't think that you'd be American, given your P.G. Wodehouse reference. I assumed you were from the UK. The little old man, yeah, who called his granddaughter his son today, apparently. Yeah, sad. All right, so now the projection is that Trump takes Indiana. Okay, that was expected. Polls have closed in North Carolina. I don't want a handsome candidate. That's the last thing that I want. I mean, he turned into a grotesque caricature of a human being, but I think, like, if you try and be objective about it, the case could be made that Donald Trump was good looking when he was younger, depending on, who you're into. But I don't want good looking. I don't, or at least I don't want distractingly good looking, and I don't want celebrities. And I don't want good looking because I don't want people who've had it easy their whole damn life. Maybe that's a shitty thing to say. And it's a shitty assumption to make that good looking people have had it easy their whole life. But there's certainly some truth to that. I guess he did look like Bobby Kennedy. Had the same shaped face and neck. I never made that connection until you just said that. And he played drums in like punk bands in the 90s. Well, so Pavi, the thing is, if it's close, then yes, right? Not weeks. It's probably not going to take weeks. But there are outcomes that could happen. Most like the past few presidential elections, apart from 2016, were called before midnight. So, there you go. You don't look old enough to have seen Bobby Kennedy's speeches. Justin Trudeau. He is a hot little number. I didn't very much like, yeah, everyone's just like, oh, there's my stomach. Go vote for, there's an old, or it was SNL, there's an old man contest. Go vote for your old white man or the other old white man. I didn't say I don't like the Kennedys. I like the Kennedys very much. I'm just saying, like, generally, I don't think appearance should have an impact on, I mean, obviously charisma, but charisma and physical appearance are kind of different things. I think it can be argued that Trump actually has a good deal of charisma to a certain personality type, which is not my personality type. So all I know is I gotta rub my Pazuzu head. Please. Just make it look. No, that doesn't look good. Like that. Like that. There we go. And now I'm going to stay on this camera for a little while. So I had stuff that I wanted to show you all, but the problem is the way that, and I'm not going to rag on Ecamm, did a great job. A couple of things I wanted to show you, I can't show you, at least not as easily as I thought I was going to, because I lost them because they were attached to a scene, and that scene is now playing the Santeria sacrificed chickens on a loop, and I can never get rid of them, apparently. However, I could probably just bring them in. Just going to have to deal with a little bit of clicking while I do it. Let's see. Yeah, here they are. Sorry. Taking me longer than I thought. Can we bring you all in? One thing that I noticed, oh look, it just showed them all. Didn't necessarily want that to happen. So a couple things that I noticed, right? Looking at the signs for the two candidates, okay? They're so emblematic, right? Like the Biden-Harris one looks like took a designer in his 20s, and did a kind of, it's a rather unorthodox sans serif font on Trump Pence's also, but it's a little rounded, a little bit strange. Incorporated the American flag into the Biden. I don't know how long that's been going on. Harris is, although the font is smaller, it's like of equal prominence, really. The Trump-Pence one looks like it could be a Civil War era. That looks like that could be the title of a Ken Burns documentary, But in looking at it, I was just like, those are both good-looking signs. So, maybe not. Maybe we need to reevaluate based just on the signs. Let's not forget that broken sign that I saw the day that I wanted to sabotage a little bit. And then I wanted to bring this up because I thought this was a good infographic for people who are afraid of if they have COVID or not, or when they should go into the hospital. And anybody can get this information, but I've just like so many people like freak out when people sneeze, right? Sneezing, maybe not so much now, but certainly in the beginning of the season, that's almost ubiquitous for anyone who has any kind of allergy, right? And people are always talking about, oh, well, you sneeze, you're going to spread it if you sneeze. No, you're going to spread it if you cough, right? But it's sort of like, you got to be sure that you're worried about the right things, you know? And I know that it can vary widely from person to person. But I mean, clearly, right, if you have shortness of breath, that's not only the most common differentiator, but also the most dangerous one, right? So just drop in a little sort of the more you know in here. Of course, like I said, anybody can look this up anywhere. And it has nothing to do with the election, except that one of these candidates doesn't give a F about COVID and just thinks it's just like the flu. Here's the thing about that argument. We already have a flu. This is not, even if COVID was only as deadly as the flu, which it's not, it's far deadlier. It's not like it's replacing the flu. It's in addition to the flu. We've grown so accustomed to the flu being this sort of existing thing that we have to deal with and people die from on a regular basis, that it's just because, like, you know, you're born into it. And so you can kind of marginalize the importance of this other thing by saying, well, it's like the flu. We don't need another fucking flu. Like, these are additive. These are not, it's not one or the other. So that argument is always, apart from the lie of the quadruple percentage death rates from COVID compared to influenza, it's like, fuck it. If we have like 6 different current viruses that are flu-like, but separate and distinct, and we have them all affecting us, well, that you can't just say, well, don't worry about it because that one's like the flu and that one's like the flu and that one's like the flu. That's now 6 flus you can get and die from. And also, 6 vaccines you need to get, and 6 vaccines that most people won't get, and 6 different flus that you can get in a single season or simultaneously in some cases, right? It's really, really, really frustrating. I'm sure it's frustrating for everybody. Obviously, it's not just frustrating for me. Multi-orange virus. It hits multi-orange people. Organ virus, yeah. Well, but I'm just talking about, like, when we're talking about deaths, like, when people just say the deaths, it really, really, yeah, the cytokine storm, right? And we don't know what the damage is, the long-term damage is from this. And Trump doesn't care, right? He doesn't care about anything long-term. He's very much like a child in that, you tell your child they can have the toy they want, but they can't have it today. They have to wait until tomorrow. You might as well be telling them next year, You might as well be telling them Christmas, depending on the child. Maybe not tomorrow, but you go beyond like a week and then it might as well be forever. Well, no, yeah, that's there's a bias there. I think most let's say most non-rural places have plenty of precautions in place, and I think what's probably being cherry picked there are the the times when they're not. And there are, like right now, this is a period where it seems like there's people have hit their wall, like their fatigue wall of fuck it, I can't take this anymore. I've been in my house for, the last 8 months, 7 months. I'm just gonna go out and do this thing. And the sad thing is, right, it doesn't care how hard you tried. It doesn't matter how hard you tried. It doesn't matter how long you were successful for. It might matter in the sense that if you can delay getting it until there are therapeutics that are widespread enough that you can benefit from them, in that case, it obviously does matter. But you're also getting older, right? So, although a year, I guess that therapeutics are admittedly advancing faster than age. Oh, what shooting? Which shooting? Is this the one that happened the other night? Or is this another one? Oh. Oh, Vienna. Yeah, so someone, dozens or hundreds of shots, 5 dead, including the assailant, 22 people wounded. That's horrible. I'm very sorry. I mean, the fact that America has not seen mass shooters in the past, 7 or 8 months because of COVID. Obviously, a lot more people have died anyway, right? But yeah, that's awful, Katerina or Katharina. Oh, you hear that stomach? That's chicken pot pie. Not agreeing with me. Yes, this I saw, Michael. This was really, really over the top. I mean, because that's like getting into the sort of really bizarre because of how caricature it is and how it's insidious because someone might not take someone like that seriously, right, until it was too late because of the appearance. Elections heating up. Election's heating up. Let's check back in with the election real quick. Got some live updates here. And maybe if I read them to you in a calmer voice. Right now, Biden has 30 electoral votes and Trump has 42. You need 270 electoral votes to secure the win. Because we don't live in a true democracy. CNN just predicted that Trump will win West Virginia. Interesting. So no Republican has won the presidency in modern times without winning Ohio. And with a third of the vote in, Biden is ahead in Ohio, in the cities, and Trump is ahead in the rural areas. This is the way it always is. I don't really know what a weeb is. Google. I think some places are more aggressive about calling. Like I'm trying to stick like with AP and for Pessimism Fox. You're right. Yes. But look at a bunch of those states that are called for Joe Biden. Well, a bunch of them are, yeah. So it's Texas is leaning for Biden. Texas is leading Biden. Is that what I'm seeing here? Is that true? 47% reporting Biden has 50.1% of the vote in Texas. Pennsylvania. Oh, it's only 6% reporting. Jesus. Pennsylvania is 78% Biden, but there's only 6% reporting. But my understanding is if Pennsylvania and Texas go blue, there's no path forward for Trump. I'm very, very sad. Don't get excited about Pennsylvania. Oh dear. This is exactly what happened 4 years ago. Was the early votes looked a certain way, and then the later votes looked a different way. Yeah. No, I don't think that'd be fair. Sorry, I've got a very patriotic eagle on my shoulder whispering horrible things into my ear about what I need to do if Trump wins. So yeah, I didn't have a super detailed plan for what to do this evening. I definitely want to hang out, and I want to talk to more of you. And let's see. Oh, you want to know what the eagle said? The thing is, he says stuff, and then I tend to just kind of ignore it, and then try to forget it as quickly as I can, because he's kind of messed up. He's messed up. He has some very peculiar views, and I'm gonna attribute that to the size of his brain. Unless they decide to appoint their own electors and the Supreme Court. I'm not sure what you're implying there. I don't think so. I mean, I think Trump's only hope is that it's close enough for him to, well, Trump's hope is he flat out wins, right? Or it's close enough that he can basically say that either the early ballots or the late ballots were illegitimate in some way or another. White House is about to do a speech. Is he calling the election already? Let's see. See what we got. More new updates. More new. Oh, Biden is losing Florida. I don't know why. Yes, CNN is still saying Biden has 30 and Trump has 42. I think CNN is being a little bit more conservative in the traditional sense of the word conservative. Just came here to say that, didn't you? Q. It's I don't like, you know. It's really only been recently, well, I was not a fan of the Bushes, and I'm not a fan of the Electoral College, and yeah, I'm not a fan of the way things are orchestrated here in such a way. Constitutional republic. What is it actually? We're not a democracy, but they're basically organized in such a way that it's very, very difficult for things to change. Yeah, not Texan. I do think that's important, right? Like we gotta, no matter what happens, and it's difficult for me to say this. Don't lose hope and don't give up. If you're living in America, if you're not living in America, also don't do those things. And hey, guess what? Why don't we bring somebody else in and hear some opinions about America and what she does and what her strengths and weaknesses are. Okay, so I'm going to take Xava off of there, which leaves us with 2 blank spaces. So if you want to be considered for this, please say yes, and I will take the first 2 yeses that I get. This is True Grace. Yeah, people tend to forget about like midterm elections and they don't tend to go down the ticket or care about going down the ticket. It's not all about who is president. I need to get some yeses. So, okay, sorry. That's so got KJ and Michael as the so everybody think about something to say, because it's not, I don't have like a list of things to talk about. So we gotta, okay, here we go. Ready? Indigo. Calling Indigo. Are you still around, Indigo? Did you leave? Did you leave? If you didn't leave, do you still want to participate? Oh, Tish Pashaw. Indigo, are you still willing? Video and audio? I would really like to talk to you. I have some mean things to say. Okay, let's do it. Yeah, just email me real quick and I will email you with a new link. Actually, you know what? Nasha, are you still there also? If you're still there also, let me know. Because one of the other things that this apparently lets you do is have multiple people. So I want to test that as well. Oh, Indigo, you're the one that wrote it. It's a dead symbol at gmail.com. Okay, Nasha, so if you could email me as well, and I will send you both the link. Yeah, a version of the Price is Right where nobody wins anything and it's awkward, a lot of awkward silence. But Nasha and Indigo, both of them, are both very vocal and have been around for a while. So I'm excited to speak to them. I'm going to start with Indigo because she was first and see if we can get Nasha in it simultaneously. I don't know how that is going to work. But now I have confidence. Nobody wins, the points don't matter, and you're still going to die. You're not ready for your Roseanne moment. Okay, I'm going to get this thing going. I got Nasha's email, but I did not get Indigo's yet. So Nasha, I just replied to you. But I don't have Indigo's. Oh, just got it. Indigo, got yours. So both of you, it has like a little green room where you hang out. I think you can hang out together and maybe talk to each other. And then I can bring you all on. Very curious how it works. Well, yeah, I can post the email in chat, but don't just send stuff to it. So Rebecca has joined, and Indigo has joined. I have them both in the green room. I feel so weirdly powerful right now because I can see Rebecca and I can see Indigo. Oh, wait, they can see me too. I'm an idiot. Should we bump them? Do we bump Becca? Yeah? She said like some not nice things about me. I don't know. I gotta tell you, this is so cool. I'm so shocked that this is working. I'm thrilled by this. Sorry. So first we said we were gonna bring in Violet. So let's bring in Violet. Hi, Violet. How are you doing?
I'm doing good. I'm great.
So I can hear you. I assume, can you hear me and my stomach?
I can hear you, but I didn't hear your stomach.
Can everybody hear Indigo? Because what I'm hearing is your voice go from like very soft to like very, very loud. So I'm wondering if other people are hearing that. Could you, I don't know, tell us a little about yourself.
Well, I'm 18, and I live in Arizona, but I'm moving to New York. And this is actually my first year voting, so that's pretty fun.
Oh, you're 18, yeah.
That's it.
So you're moving to New York.
Yeah.
Do you know where?
Yeah, Brooklyn.
Yeah, the coolest place, coolest part of
Yeah,
Muzz. Do you
I'm
know
very
what part?
excited for that.
You probably don't want to say what part. Is it like Park Slope or Williamsburg, or is it hip?
Is it hip?
Is it a hip place?
Yeah, it's a hip place. Yeah, I'm
Yeah.
excited.
There was somebody self-immolated in Brooklyn, I think like a year ago, and it barely made the news, which I
What?
found shocking. They lit themselves on fire
Oh wow.
in the middle of like some Brooklyn park. Yeah, see, there are I think some problems with your sound, Indigo. Uh, I
I
think it's
could switch because I'm on my better webcam, but I have one that's like in the computer. I can try to switch to that one and see if the audio changes.
it's weird. Like now the audio sounds fine, but
Oh.
there was a point where it was popping in to be really loud.
Hmm.
And then no, I don't think it is because it's picking up the stream audio ASMR, because the echo cancellation should take care of that. Do you have my voice really loud or anything?
No.
I should
But
say probably it's best if you have ear earphones in for this, or it's fine because you don't, right? But
yeah,
just
I don't.
generally, like if we're going to be doing this more, it's better if you just have like some earphones. They don't have to be like this, obviously, just like whatever, so that my voice doesn't come out of your speaker and then feedback, even though there's echo cancellation, feedback into your mic, and then I hear my voice again, et cetera, et cetera.
Yeah.
Yes, this is exactly what I'm hearing, Michael. Is it now? It's just at the soft level. Before it was kind of punching up to the loud level. So you make fun of me a lot.
Well, I like to make jokes, and sometimes I might go a little too far, because like you can't see my face, so like, ah.
It is that weird thing where, like, if you're texting somebody, and you're trying to text a joke, and it doesn't land because like they don't get the context, they don't see your facial cues, they don't hear the inflection of your voice, like all the different 1,000 things. Like when you typed it, you were like thinking, "Oh, this is, I'm being lighthearted," and they read it and they think that you were insulting them or something like that. But yeah,
Yeah, that's
but
probably
I
why.
will say that like I've loved your presence on, apart from the $2 super chats, like that's really annoying. I really wish you'd stop that. But we found a solution for that. So, because you can't do it here.
No, I can't. Well, actually, I have the stream, so I could technically if I really wanted to.
You can't because, no, what I'm saying is it's not enabled. You
Oh
actually
yeah,
cannot
because
do
of
it.
um
Try
the
to do it.
what?
Try to do $200.
We'll see about that.
No, actually, you can't do it. Yeah, it's not in. You have to reach a certain number of hours or
Yeah.
something before that can even be enabled, and I'm not there. But wow, it's nice to meet you.
It's very nice to meet you too. I was really nervous to do this. I even I sometimes I just know that things are gonna happen for me, and so like I have like a ring light because I make YouTube videos, and I set one up before you even like picked me in the wheel, and I was like, "Yep,
What's your what's your ASMR channel name again?
Oh, it's situational audios together. Like it's not
Situational Audios. So if you have not checked out Situational Audios, please do. And I know your name is Indigo. Like I'm not
that's my real name. Yeah.
right. I just poke fun by changing it.
Yeah. Yeah.
Wait, what? Who's the dork?
Am I a dork? Oh my god.
No, I think they mean me. I'm pretty sure they mean me. Yeah, that's fine. I'm good. I'm good with being a dork. When are you moving to New York?
I'm moving somewhere around the end of January, possibly the beginning of February. It's actually like kind of in part because of COVID, but it's kind of like upsetting the reason that I have to go. But I'm just trying to be happy about it.
Oh, I'm
and make the
sorry.
most out of it. Yeah.
Yeah, that
But I'm trying
sucks.
to be happy because my family lives there, but I've always wanted to live there, so I am happy. But it's also kind of sad because I have to.
You wish it was on your terms, right? Not on these
It's not on my terms.
terrible terms. And you are you comfortable revealing your political affiliation?
Oh yeah, sure. It's like I consider myself, well, I don't really know, because I was gonna say moderate, but then I was watching a video and it's like it means something different than what I thought. But I'm kind of like, I don't consider myself. Well, I'm more liberal than I am conservative, definitely. Like, I think my personal opinion, conservative is kind of a bad thing to be. I'm sorry if you are, but I just think it's a bad thing.
Me?
But I definitely would consider myself
Wait a
more
minute.
liberal. But
Did you just say? Did you say you're sorry if I'm conservative?
oh no, I meant like the people. Like I said, I sorry.
Oh,
Or,
okay,
like,
right. I was gonna say,
not
how
you,
could
definitely not
anyone
you.
think that I was gonna?
No.
You're you're super quick. Like you seem like ridiculously smart. I get tense when I'm talking to people where I'm like I have to really pay attention to sort of keep up with what they're saying.
Oh well, thank you, thank
Yeah.
you. I think I tend to like I want to fill up the space, so that's why I can tend to be pretty quick and talk pretty quickly. Um,
You don't like
but
awkward silences?
I don't like them, but I'm trying to accept them a little bit more and realize that it doesn't have to be awkward if I don't make it that way. Because if it's once it gets awkward, it's like it's awkward for a long time with me. So that's why I try to respond pretty quickly. Wow. Wow. Okay. I was like, what's happening?
You knew I was gonna do that though.
Yeah.
Okay, so what I'm gonna try to do is bring in Nasha as well. Are
Okay.
you good to stick around for another minute or two?
Yeah. I'm good.
Okay, I don't know what's gonna happen.
Okay.
I think it's gonna try and yeah, it says we can have up to like 4 people. So okay, let's see what happens. Here comes Nasha, whose name is Rebecca.
Oh, okay.
Oh, look. So like now I'm in the middle.
My face is so
Wait.
zoomed in.
I have to hold on. Oh, I'm sorry. I should have warned you, Nasha. I'm sorry. I got you right when you're Rebecca.
Yo,
How are you doing, Rebecca?
oh, it's good. I was just hanging out in the green room.
Is that where you got? Was that stuff in the green room? What
Yeah,
is it?
nice.
Yeah, we try to keep it stocked. So can you both hear each other?
Yeah. I can.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. Like this is to me this is the most amazing thing. I'm gonna want to do this all the time now. I like your eye makeup.
Yeah, I was gonna say that too. It looks nice.
Yeah.
Thank you. I didn't get to wash my face after work, so I was like, fuck it. Sorry.
Did you say wash?
You know I did.
you are, here's something that almost everybody in the chat has in common is they all make fun of me. So Rebecca makes fun of my accents because you have a degree in linguistics or what was?
Yeah, I got my master's.
Oh yeah, you have your master's in linguistics. So so Warsh is just is that a Boston, a Philly? What is that actually?
New England, Mid-Atlantic, a little bit of the South, bit of Wisconsin too, actually.
That's all over. That's the entire. You just covered like if you drew that triangle, that would encompass most of the U.S.
Well, not like from the East Coast to Wisconsin. It just
Oh, okay.
shows up.
Yeah. So you just looked so repulsed at me. That was. So, but why do you have that? Like, what's your? Where do you live, or is it a function of like you having lived in different places?
Just growing up in both Baltimore City and Baltimore County.
Oh, that's right. I forgot you were a Balmer girl. Right. And it's Balmer. Right?
Baltimore. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's not Baltimore. Don't say Baltimore.
Bawlmere. Baltimore.
Yeah. Yeah. Have we talked about like where we both lived in Baltimore?
Were you like in Fells Point?
No.
Oh, thank God. Oh, Hampton.
No. I was in Hamden for a long time. Yeah. And then Towson for a little while, which didn't like Towson.
No one likes Nelson.
Yeah. And then I was out in the suburbs by like Owings Mills. And that was nice. That's pretty, you know.
It's not bad. It's not
Yeah.
Baltimore, but it's not bad.
No. And I did used to live like a block or two from Cafe Hun. So I would walk. That's Hamden is right there. So, but I would always go to Golden West, which was across the street. Now, we're probably talking too much inside baseball, and I feel like we're leaving in to go out. Can you guys say hi to each other?
Hi.
Questions?
Qu-
Is that what you said?
Wait, say that again. Say that again, Indigo.
Questions? Did you say if I had any questions?
Yes. Or hey, if you have any questions, please shout them out.
Well, I actually wrote some down, but I guess I'll ask like both of you. Like, what, like, since I'm 18, I don't really know what I want to do, like most 18-year-olds. But what made you guys know that you wanted to do like whatever you guys do?
You go first, Rebecca.
Oh, thanks. I am just a word nerd, and I've been interested in language since I could talk. And I've always like looked up root words and tried to break them down and find out where they come from. So
Etymology.
I was just like, yes, he does listen. So I was just like, I'll just make a career out of it, I guess.
For me, it was just that I liked playing video games, so I wanted to make video games. I was actually in college to as a biology major, and that's where I thought I would be going. But then I got an offer to be a video game tester at a company way back when, and then I started doing that, and then was unfortunately stuck in that profession for a long time. But now am much happier. So I don't feel like it was honestly, Indigo, like nobody should pick what they have to do for the rest of their lives when they're 18 years old. Like that idea to me just seems insane. I mean, you're going to live like at least another 20 years. So, but just imagine like you're 18 years old and you're picking the thing you're going to do for the next 40 or 50 years. Like that doesn't seem right. And I know obviously you can change your career, but it's not easy, right? And especially if you plop down whatever it is that you need to do to get through 4 years of undergrad and 3 or 4 years of postgrad, what are you going to do once you've put forth all that capital? Are you just going to say, oh, well, now I'm just going to do something totally different and start from the bottom? And yeah, I got those student loans that I got to pay every month, but maybe I can run and hide from the government or something. I don't know. But yeah, I wish we had a better answer. I mean, you just got to go with what is your inclination right now?
Well, it was culinary. I actually went to like a student culinary school that was like a part of a whole big school with a bunch of vocational kind of things. But then I kind of realized like while I was in the competition, like for the cooking competition, I really didn't like it, and it just like wasn't fun, and it was nerve-wracking, and a lot of things are nerve-wracking in my life, but it wasn't rewarding. Like a lot of things are nerve-wracking for me. Like I like acting, and then I'm nervous before I go on stage, and then it's rewarding after. But it wasn't rewarding when I was in the competition. So I realized I didn't like it, and I realized I was more into writing.
Do you still like cooking when it's not competitive?
Yeah, I don't really get the opportunity to do it because like, I don't have enough money to get all like nice foods, but I do it when I can.
So writing.
Yeah, I love writing.
So
yeah.
a writer and a linguist, both on either side of me, and in between is someone who does neither. Do either of you have anything that you'd like to say, or anything that anyone you want to call out or say happy birthday to?
Well, I'll just say thank you to everybody for all the nice comments. I was reading a couple, and I really appreciate them. So thank you guys. I don't have anybody to say happy birthday to.
Rebecca,
What?
do, do you have anything you want to say to anybody in the chat, or anything in particular, or any questions, or anything you want to say?
Um, Chat, I love you. You guys have been awesome. Eva was talking about the camaraderie that we all have, and it's great. And a lot of them are my friends, even from the old days. And thank you, Sailor, for letting me scream at you for the past 3 years over your accents or what RP you should do, because you're just one of my favorites. And you listen. That's awesome.
It's funny that you say that, because I don't rewatch my videos, but before Halloween, I went back and looked at the live Halloween video that I did, and you were on that. You were screaming for me to do a house RP, and it only took like 2 years, but eventually I got around to it. Thank you, guys. Thank you both so much. I really appreciate all that, and I appreciate everything you all bring to the chat, because you two and Xava and really, it's like everybody I feel like, brings so much to this that I almost feel like I should just like kind of step out and just let it happen without me. But I'm happy that y'all are here, and I'm still amazed that this worked. All right, so I'm gonna hang up unless y'all have any last minute thing you want to say, and get back to the nerve-wracking crap that's going on outside of chatting with friends. But this is really nice. This is really cool.
Yes, do it more.
Well, believe me, I'm gonna overdo it. I'm definitely gonna overdo it. All right.
Cool.
Thank you both very much, and we'll talk soon. Bye-bye. That was so cool to me. I think that was cool for I would think, like, I would find that cool or interesting. I guess cool is, I'm overloading the word cool. I'm saying the word cool a lot. But that was fun. Pavi, I mean, that would be lovely, right? Obviously I don't want to do it as a Zoom call. Although I don't know why I say obviously. I guess because I'm not sure how that integrates with live streaming. Maybe I'll have to talk to Leah. Leah, a friend who does those shot for shots, and then do something with that. Okay, so I need to take a quick break, but I'm gonna be around. Like, please, people, like, I'm gonna be around all night, like, or a long time. So if people want to, oh, wait a second, hold on, I want to be sure this is. Someone is saying, okay, what? Stop citing the BBC? Is the BBC not accurate? Okay, but I'm gonna take a break. So yeah, like, if you drift in and out, if you want to check back later, or you've had enough, obviously, thank you for coming by. But I'll be back in a few minutes, and gonna keep going, and probably do a couple more calls, because they're fun. But yeah, so got to go to the standby music scene. I apologize in advance. I'll be back in a couple minutes. Sorry. Went back to that. It's hard for me to be mad at Ecamm at this particular point. Because it's performed so well, and I also forgot that I had not opened or drank a Coke. So, cheers. Excuse me. Yeah, so that's not going to work. I can't use... I think it might actually not be Ecamm that screwed up. It might be the streaming deck that screwed up. So, maybe I'm going to have to look into that again and see about, either getting it to work, or if it doesn't work, then abandoning it. Reminder to everybody, slam that subscribe. If you want to see more spiders and bananas and dead chickens and experience this strange dynamic that I seem to have with people who watch this podcast, where the joke is they all hate me. I'm fine with that. Excuse me. Okay, let's look at some new comments. Yep, glass bottle Coke. I've switched, not to glass bottle Coke, but to, God, this is gonna sound really bougie and lame, but I'm using Whole Foods delivery now instead of shipped. The reason that I was using shipped is because you can pick where you get your food from, and Safeway is generally, less expensive than Whole Foods. But then I went ahead and I was doing it with Whole Foods, and I find that I buy a lot less from Whole Foods, but it's still, like, I was finding that I was buying stuff that I either didn't use or, didn't really need. And as far as like the monthly cost goes, it's the same. And I prefer the packaging that Whole Foods gives you when they deliver. And they did not have the little Cokes except in glass bottle format. Having said that, I prefer Mexican Coke. And you can taste the difference between, high fructose corn syrup and cane sugar. But either way, oh look! Imagine getting Elliot on a call. Oh my Lord. That would be, I don't know. Look at it, just all over the place. Yeah. And they have a lot of Amy stuff, and the Amy stuff that they have is, the price was no different than what I saw at Safeway. No, I don't. I hate cooking. Can't stand it. I hate eating. I can't stand eating. I wish that I wish I could just have like an intravenous line that fed me like the optimal nutrients that I needed. And I never had to, I would still want to drink Coke, but I wouldn't want to eat anything if I could avoid it. To me, eating is a waste of time. I don't want to do it. I want to get it over with as quickly as possible. I have stomach problems, so I'm generally, if I'm not hungry, I have a stomach ache. I get hangry. So many things like associated with eating that just are unpleasant for me that if I could have it my way, wouldn't be eating, wouldn't be cooking. Coke Life, is that the one made with stevia? Stevia messes up my stomach. Oh, hey Jessica, how are you doing? I gotta be honest with you, I'm a little afraid to have Elliot as a guest because I don't have, like, there's moderators in chat. I don't know how to moderate that. But that's been part of the point here, Butterfly Composer, is yeah, we're gonna be monitoring the election, yes, but it's also this is not even the right. That's not the right watermark. I'm gonna try not to let that bother me. But there's also been trying to give some respite to people from that. Yeah, love Amy's. Oh God, Chad doesn't come around anymore. Chad, miss you, buddy. Oh, look, that's actually still here. But yeah. Oh, what is... Yeah, see, this is not supposed to be... There are some weird things happening here. Have I done that in the last 30 seconds? It would be interesting to interview Chad. It would be interesting to interview Elliot. It would be interesting to... It's interesting to talk to any of you, all of you. Well, Elliot, do you think you could control yourself? Because sometimes in chat, you go a little too far. And then the next question would be, do you meet the criteria, which is, do you have a laptop that runs Chrome? Yeah, I mean, I could see this like on a weekend or something, like you're doing something special. But I just don't want to put that kind of work into eating. No, I'm not going to get on the proton pump inhibitor or constant antacid bandwagon. I'm just going to deal with it. Why would I want to moderate Elliot? What? You don't think he needs to be moderated? You think we need Elliot? Elliot needs like a late night. That would have to be like a after midnight kind of thing, where at that point anything goes. Yeah, Chad left us. He was just here for the game streaming. But that's fine. You know. Oh, you'd be up in 2 hours. What were you doing? Good night. Hope you're able to have a decent nap. Oh, really? Yeah. I mean, that is That's great. Is it shitty for me to assume that she's a Democrat? Zan's a Democrat. Yeah, I don't know that I could, even if it was a possibility. Warm porridge. Is porridge oatmeal? Like, I don't even really know what porridge is. Like, I will eat cream of wheat and I'll eat oatmeal. What's porridge? Is that kind of the same thing? Well, Elliot, the best I can do, to be fair, is add you to the wheel. I'll add you to the wheel. Let's see. So Nasha and Indigo. And we add Elliot. That leaves one space. Does anybody else want to be added to the wheel? Just a yes. If you say yes, then I'm going to add you. The first person to say yes will be added to the wheel. Remember, must have video, must have audio. The wheel. Bust a deal. Face the wheel. Notch Thexton. I don't know how to pronounce that. I'm just gonna put Natch. Okay. You don't speak in person, actually. So you could not do video and audio? Or yes, twice. Okay. I'll leave you on for now. I don't want to do it just yet. I wrote something the other day, so I'm just gonna play it real fast. It's super short. Actually, I put it on Instagram, so if you follow me on Instagram, you already heard it. Oh, my contacts are killing me. Switch hands on this. So it's just like a little thing that I wrote for Sarah. So, this guitar was giving me so many problems. The tuners were warped, completely warped, so that the teeth of the gears on the E string, the low E, stripped. And then I was like, this is, I think I've probably talked about this before, but this was not like an inexpensive guitar. And I have guitars that are cheap that I've had for 30 years, never had anything like that happen, so I was shocked. When I contacted them, they were like, oh, no, yeah, we don't, just, you're going to have to buy new tuners. Be sure you say treble side or bass side. So I said bass side, bought the tuners, they sent them to me. They sent me treble side. Got back in contact with the guy, and finally he was like, oh, okay, yeah, you did ask for bass side. Just don't worry about it. I'll send you the treble, the bass side. You can keep the treble side just in case something else goes wrong. Now I do like the tone of this guitar, but I was just a little bit down on that should not have. That's not in tune. very, very simple. It's just, and like I said, you've probably heard it already if you follow me on Instagram. Anyway, it's short. It really needs reverb and ambience and mood, which I don't really have here right now. I do have Pazuzu. And for those of you who are just coming to or recently arriving, got matching cameras. Colors the same. The color's the same. The interview function is working. It is. I am right on. I am super, super pleased with this. Okay. And that was a little out of tune as well. Oh, okay. I hope when you wake up, there'll be a whole new world. You'll be happy with it. And things will be on the road to getting better. Can you give him a kiss? He wants to give you a kiss. So I know I've read a bit of Brian Evanson to you all before. I am a big fan. I really like his writing. But his name, like Brian Evanson, like that's there's nothing stately or there's no gravitas in that name. Just Brian Evanson. It's very meh. I feel like he should have, whatever his initials are, he should have just gone by his initials. But he's written a lot of stuff, which I wasn't aware of. So if you were into any of the Brian Evanson stuff that I read you before, The Day Therapist, The Night Therapist, and the one about the father who kidnapped his daughter. What was the name of that one? That one was called Song for the Unraveling of the World. It was spot on. Hello, Ellie. It's nice to see you. I don't know. Have you been on the stream? You must have been on the stream before. I'm not sure why I don't remember you. Do you have a new avatar, maybe? I tend to remember people by their avatars, which is, not great. Not great, but thank you for joining. Let's see where we stand. According to Google. Okay, so 131 electoral votes for Joe Biden, 92 for Trump. Both Texas and Florida are now looking like they are leaning towards Trump, which is bad. Pennsylvania is still, actually, well, Pennsylvania has gone more Biden, which is good. So disappointed in Florida. And Georgia now looks like it's going to Trump as well, which, bad. Oh dear. Oh my dear. Who's talking about To Kill a Mockingbird? Who is talking about that? Oh, goodness me. Goodness me, dear. It's a wonderful book. Boo Radley, Atticus Finch, Harper Lee. Don't read, was it called The Lighthouse? She wrote a book shortly before her death. Wait, who, what? Thank you, Carolyn, for your updates. I'm not seeing that speculation here. I'm seeing that it's leaning Trump. Sure, what do you want? Send me something. Send me money. Send me money. Send me green. Heaven you will meet. Make a contribution. And you'll get a better seat. Bow to leper Messiah. See, this is where it gets creepy, right? This is the kind of thing I'm talking about, Elliot. Back to you in the studio. Thank you, Carolyn, for that report. We'll be checking back in with you later in the evening. We called it Asimov. I like the name. I do like sci-fi horror. I tend to like sci-fi horror more in movie form than book form. I can't remember the last sci-fi book I enjoyed. Horror or not. Yeah, you can say that, Elliot, but I don't know that it's true. You can say you're joking. Sure, joking. What is? Oh, Scottish Undertones, you're still here. You don't have access to a laptop, do you? I would feel, I feel bad enough. My contacts are starting to bug me. Oh dear. I feel bad enough with Patreon and with Super Chats. Like if it came to merch, I'm of the Fugazi school of mind there, I think. I don't feel like I could do it. Hey, come on. It's a little bit of bias there, though. I have read Dan Simmons. What have I read of Dan Simmons's? Hyperion. And I want to say no. I want to say Fires of Eden, but I don't know. Well, there's Super Chat. I guess someday there'll be Super Chat here again. I wish I could bar certain people from Super Chatting, though. And you all know who you are. See, I know we have the wheel, and this would seem like, but we have a long night, and I've never spoken with. I'm not even sure what your name is. I just think Muzz. But I know you're in Nova Scotia, and I really like your videos. And it would be cool to say hi if you were up to saying hi. You have. That's what I'm saying. Like, there's certain people like Jessica, like Indigo, like Elliot. Like, I wish I could ban super chats on a person by person. Flagelo should never be able to super chat me ever again. Well, it was called, they called it Asimov? Is that what it was? Cool. Okay. This is really unfair, and I'm sorry. But I'm promise I'm gonna get back to the wheel. But I do want to say hi to Muzz if he's down with it. Can you send me an email to adeadsymbol@gmail.com? It's this one. This is. Once you start to feel it when you blink, like every time you blink, it kind of goes. Oh, you can just see it there. Like, it looks like I've been smoking pot. Not that I would know what someone who smokes pot looks like, or claim that there is even such a thing as someone who smokes pot, the way that they look. Oh, who am I kidding? Your eyes get red when you smoke. Okay, let's try that. MuzzASMR@gmail. Give this another shot. We're going to do it again. And I promise I'm getting back to the wheel. Grace. Not true. You have no proof. Just muzzasmr.com? That's it? Or Gmail, okay. Subject line, howdy, send. Oh, yes. Sorry. Yes. So I spoke with Xava, which was awesome, from Brittany in France. And then I spoke to Indigo. Xava did not insult me. Indigo and Rebecca did, but that's totally fine. Oh, shit, really? All right, let's get Muzz on here. Look at that. I spoke to Indigo. You are on Muzz, but could you turn down your I don't know how much you could turn down, or if you have earphones.
That's a good point. Let's see, because I've got it kind of.
It's supposed to do echo cancellation, so it should work as long as I'm not too loud. As long as like what?
Okay, so I've muted the main.
God, that voice.
Okay, let's go. We're good. We're good. I think we're good.
Just like say something, like just say, I don't know, rubber baby bumpers.
Okay. What should I say? I don't know what that was you just said there, but it's a stressful night for a lot of people tonight. And I'm hoping that this stream you're doing is going to help distract a few people from the craziness that is potentially going to unfold. But it's going to be fine, everyone. It's going to be fine.
So you're talking, so your voice sounds great, by the way, like the quality, and obviously I just love your accent, right? Which has like Scottish undertones.
Strangely enough.
We've never actually spoken before. Like we've
I don't. It's I find, you know, I found this out today when another artist sent me a voice message on Instagram, which I didn't even know you could do. That I suddenly realized that I type messages to people. I never actually talk to other ASM artists like this. I think I did a couple of WhatsApp messages with Grace a couple of times, but even then, it's like my social anxiety extended from the real world into the technological world, and I didn't even realize that was the case until just recently. And now I'm thinking, well, hang on a minute, all these other artists are talking to each other, Zooming each other and stuff. Maybe we should do more of this. Maybe this is, that's what it's for.
Is that actually happening, or is that just sort of like you think everybody's having a party, and but maybe it's not happening as much. I mean, I know that there are some artists who work together a lot, right?
Yeah, it does happen with a few people. I know for sure there's a lot of people who video call each other, and that's, I've just never really, I've never really got onto it myself. But this is basically what we're doing right now. We're like video calling each other. So but it's great.
So for those who do not know, your channel was originally called ASMR Muzz, right? Or
Muzz. ASMR Muzz.
Yeah. And you've been doing it for a few years now.
Yeah, I've been going since March of 2017.
Yeah, so that's a good length.
Almost 4 years. Yeah.
And then you were having problems with the algorithm was rejecting you because Muzz is slang for something?
I think so. My channel growth was pretty good for a while, and then maybe through my own inconsistencies, things didn't continue on the same trend. But then last year, or maybe it was even the year before, I started noticing comments on my channel were being deleted. Now, they weren't going in spam, and they weren't going in held for review. They were just gone. And the only reason I knew they existed in the first place was because on the app, it came up in the notification bar. So that's where they lived. And as soon as I hit it, this comment is no longer available.
Available.
Yeah, and we did me and my viewers did a whole bunch of tests, and we found out that when anybody typed my name into the comment, like if somebody said, "Hey, that was a really cool video, I liked it," or "Oh, it was great, you should do more," the comment stayed. But if someone said, "Oh my God, Muzz, I love this video," it was gone. It was just bizarre. It was the word Muzz seemed to be getting flagged in the comment system. And then somebody looked up on Urban Dictionary and a couple of other places, and it turned out that Muzz had a couple of different strange definitions that may have been sexual. But I think Muzz was also considered a derogatory word for Muslims.
Oh,
And maybe the auto flagging system in YouTube just saw Muzz, 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 Muzz and 10 comments and thought, wait a minute, these guys are up to no good. And
they're
so, yeah.
extra, like, I mean, I can't. You're part of the community, right? So, but anybody who pays attention to or follows ASMR artists or talks about ASMR to other people who do it or knows anything about it knows that, like, there's always something going on with YouTube where they're messing generally with. I think it's probably not just ASMR, but it seems like they really sort of are quick to target ASMR.
Yeah.
Because it sort of lives in that zone where
They don't
I think you have to be-
understand what it is.
Well,
I don't think it's ever been really defined as such for people who don't watch it, perhaps, or from a corporate point of view.
I think it just. I mean, I'm obviously I'm just guessing, right? But I wonder if it has to do with just the fact that ASMR is sort of like by its nature intimate.
Yeah.
Intimate as a totally separate thing, like as a non-sexual thing, but it is intimate, and because of that, I think YouTube might sort of have its antenna out maybe a little higher than it would for other things. Where it's just
maybe.
like, let's make absolutely sure that we're not taking any risks at all, and the risk and legal department is probably like, anytime something comes through with ASMR in it, they err on the side of, let's just say this isn't gonna work, right?
There was everybody was getting demonetized every 5 minutes for every little thing, and some of them were pretty obvious. I thought there was a lot of flesh being shown or a lot of ear eating videos and stuff like that. And I kind of get that, especially from a corporate mentality. They're like, oh, we don't want our advertisers associated with this stuff, so we're going to red flag that. But the stuff that happened to me was, I've never been able to figure it out, and I kind of thought about it as a conspiracy story for my own channel. That's actually a secret government project called Project Muzz, and so it's been all the big tech companies have got this name. Put anything that comes up has to be subdued, that sort of thing.
If there were, then that's exactly what would happen, right? And you wouldn't know why, and you might know why 20 years from now when the documents are released, heavily redacted.
That's right. What am I being charged with? Sir, we can't. Sir, you know what you did. You know exactly what you did. So
wait, you were just doing an American accent there, right?
I certainly attempted to do an American accent.
That was good.
Let you be the judge of whether or not it's passable.
I think it's much easier to do well, no, I don't want to, I'm not saying that your skill needs to be less to do an American accent than a Scottish accent.
It's easier.
Scottish is so hard for me. Like that was out of every, and it's not like I've tried that many accents, but when I tried to do a Scottish accent for a video, I just went over it and over it, and I was just like, "There's no way that murder. There's no way that that's the right way to say murder, right?
Yeah, murder.
Yeah, right. Yeah. But it was
murder.
Yeah. So there were all these things, and I loved like I loved the glottal stops. So I just felt like if I just kept hitting the sort of
Yeah.
the double T's, leaving out the T's, and
Twitter.
doing that I could get away with it. But then it would kind of turn into English, and
Yeah.
it was just a
We
mess. I could never.
we have a natural advantage in that American culture has been so dominant on TV and film that,
Right.
since I first turned on the TV when I was 2 years old or however old I was, I have been fed a steady diet of American accents and English accents.
That's true. Yeah.
English accents from England specifically, if you know what I mean, not just people who speak English, but
Right.
posh English, what do you call it, RP, the BBC, that type of thing. So we sit there learning accents. I think any 16, 17-year-old person in Scotland could probably do a pretty good American accent if they tried, because that's what we watch.
And that's probably why, like, at least my generation, right? We feel like we can do an exaggerated English accent because
Yeah.
everybody was watching Monty Python like 24 hours a day and
Yeah.
memorizing everything that they said. And
Yeah.
yeah, but so words like even words like world, right? Or world,
Oh,
like saying,
world.
but
Yeah.
isn't it like world,
Yeah. So
world?
you know what? There's actually a thing you can. So what we're talking about here is a rolling R. Okay. So it's instead of worm, it would be whatum. Or instead of
That's right.
world,
Okay.
yeah,
World.
instead of world, it would be world. And you can actually make yourself do that quite easy by, how did it go? It's space ghetto. So I know this sounds funny, but if you say in your American accent the word space as in outer space and ghetto as in a ghetto,
Right.
a ghetto, you say that in an American accent, you're doing a perfectly good rolling R in Scottish because it will come out to us like Spice Girl.
Space ghetto.
There you go.
Somebody in the last stream, somebody actually had another thing just like that, where there were just two words you could say in English, and it
Yeah.
came off as something completely different. I don't know if
Yeah.
it was Scottish or not.
Like if you're English and you say the word beer can, it sounds like bacon in Jamaican. In a Jamaican accent. Bacon.
Bacon. Oh yeah.
But yeah, space ghetto or space ghetto. The ghetto, that's you doing the world. That's you doing the worm. You just, once you train
Ghetto.
yourself into it, it's easy.
Worm.
World. Perfect.
Murder.
Perfect.
I got myself, like, I actually took a good couple of weeks trying to get that down. And then I got to the point where it's just like, I'm not going to get any better than this, so I'm just going to go ahead and do it. And there were words where I was just like, I'm just not going to say this word because I can't get this
Yeah.
word.
Yeah.
So, but yeah, and then after that, I was like, oh no, never going to attempt that again. That was very, very difficult. So you started in 2017? That's when your channel started, or that's when? Is that
I
also
started
when you got?
uploading, I think it was March 2017. I started uploading. I actually uploaded like 5 videos on one day, and it was just random little trigger videos, and I was all excited about it, and I got like my first 10 subscribers and stuff, and I was like, wow, this is great. Let's keep going.
So you were into ASMR before that?
Yeah, I would say I've been watching ASMR since 2011, 2012, when it round about when it first started.
Yeah.
And
I think I came in later. I think I was like 2013 or
right.
Or so. Yeah.
ASMR, Orette, and Gentle Whispering. They were the two. And I always loved Bob Ross.
Yeah.
Like, obviously, before all of that. So once I made the link, I was like, oh, I love this in the same sort of way that I like Bob Ross. And people are making this stuff for this purpose. And I watched it, but back then it was only a handful. And I watched the same video over and over and over.
Yeah. You know it by heart. Like
Yeah.
there's still a few Gentle Whispering and Veni Vidi Vulpus, and there were a few other ASMR artists like from that early, that first wave, or that I know a few of those videos by heart, backwards and forwards.
Yeah,
Um,
yeah, me
and they
too.
still work.
Yeah, and they're lo-fi, and you realize it's good to go back to them quite a lot, because obviously ASMR is developed into such a high production,
Yeah.
shiny, edited, top quality microphones, everything. I feel like I'm kind of mid-tier with that, but I'm quite happy with that. Like, this is the Blue Yeti. I'm pretty happy with it. I've never felt about throwing $500-600 on a really good microphone, but I'm not really an audio guy. But I like watching those old ones and going back to those old ones, because they work for me, and they're hissy, and they make mistakes, and they're blurry,
It's
and
funny.
I like
Were you,
that.
were you ever into Dimitri Massage ASMR?
Yeah, I don't watch the stuff anymore, but I used to watch the stuff all the time.
Like his early stuff was really lo-fi, and you could
Yeah,
tell he was like in his closet or something and
yeah.
sweating like crazy. Like I remember,
Yeah.
like, wow, it must, wherever he is, that's hot because
He's in
he's sweating
Australia,
like
so
crazy.
he's probably
Yeah.
cooking. Yeah.
And then he was one of, I think, or at least that I noticed, like one of the first ones to really push the audio envelope and,
Yeah.
make sure that he had like super high quality mics
Yeah.
and the video, not quite as much, but on the audio side, man, he really had it.
Awesome. Yeah.
So yeah, I remember
He had a very specific type of mic, and I don't know what it was, but
the Rode NTG3.
yeah, it was like he was the only one who used that one, I think.
I
And
bought two of them based
oh,
on like I basically copied my first foray into it was to copy his audio setup. And I was like,
right.
wow, that guy's audio is really good.
Yeah.
What does he have? I'm getting that stuff.
Get that. Yeah. That's
I've
cool.
moved on since then because I don't do the exact, I mean, obviously like there are different mics for different applications.
Yeah.
So I've kind of moved on since then to different stuff. But at the time it was like, yeah, whatever Dimitri was doing, I wanted to make sure that I had this stuff.
Yeah.
that
Inspired
he
you.
had. Yeah,
Yeah.
it definitely did. Do
Yeah.
you still feel as inspired to make content now as you did?
No. I'm struggling with it a little bit. I see myself as an actor first and foremost. I act, and I used to act when I was in New Zealand, and I see my channel as an outlet for acting, but I feel like I've gotten caught up a little bit or a big bit in the competitive nature of YouTube and creators and subscribers and views and watch time, that it's really messed me up a little bit. And I'm trying to get back to finding the love and the enjoyment of expressing why did I want to do it in the first place. And I feel like I'm almost there. And I'll have my peaks and I'll have my troughs where I'll put out 5 or 6 videos. I'll have some really great ideas, and then I lose faith in myself maybe a little bit. And I don't know. I'm watching too many other people. You want to take inspiration from other people, but when you do that, you're also exposing yourself to the reality that all these other channels are doing X, Y, and Z and succeeding. And maybe I shouldn't bother anymore. And it's just a self-confidence thing. But
I definitely experienced that exact same feeling. And a lot of times it will be like, it's like everybody, I'm trying to figure out how to phrase this the right way, right? Everybody takes from everybody else, right? Like they look, whether it's ASMR or taking, all right, fine. Maybe you didn't take this from another ASMR video, but you took this from a movie, or you took this from a book, that whatever it is, and you applied it to the ASMR context. You're building on something that you saw, and if you're really aping something that's pretty specific, then you credit the person, or but if there's just a sort of kind of gestalt idea that's sort of floating out there in the ether, I do feel like sometimes people are a little too precious with, but I did a video like this, 3 weeks ago, and now I see that this person did this video like this. And I've also seen the other side where it's like, oh no, that person is definitely like directly copying what you did, right?
Copying someone.
There's no way that is a coincidence, especially if
Yeah.
that kind of thing happens a lot. But yeah, like I definitely find, and that's why I'm doing this, is like, to me, this is so easy.
Yeah.
Once you're done, you're done. There's
Yeah.
there's tons of like hitting go live jitters, right? But then as soon as you're going, you're just going, and
Yeah.
when
No
you're done,
editing.
you go and you move on. There's no looking back. Like there's no sort of self-editing. It's just like
Yeah.
you just
Yeah.
you fire
It just
your
becomes
shot.
its own thing, and it takes shape, and you end up with whatever it ends up to be. I
Yeah,
guess.
exactly.
Yeah.
And like even tonight, like I certainly had no idea I would be talking to uh, to you right here at Sean. I think that was Heather Feather who started with this. Although I
Yeah.
could be wrong, there might have been someone before her, but I think that was Heather Feather. She was also someone I listened to very early on. But anyway, yeah, like the thought that we'd be chatting, no idea that this would have happened. I think this
That's
is
cool.
really cool,
This is
especially
awesome.
yeah on election night. Weird timing.
Trying to keep ourselves busy.
Yeah. So yeah. Anyway, I don't want to keep you too long. I just wanted to
Yeah, no worries. Thanks for having me on. This is awesome. And Ecamm, I'm gonna have to look into this. I'm gonna totally copy you now. So
do it. Like this is, you know what's funny? Well, it's not. What's weird is like I feel like COVID had, and this is not a unique insight. Everybody has had this insight. COVID has forced like all these different weird sort of niche forms of
Yeah.
entertainment to kind of just ways for people to distract themselves.
yeah.
And if they can distract other people in the process while they're distracting themselves, then all the better for
Why
it.
not?
Yeah, but like trying to get like live streaming equipment when I started doing this a few months ago everything was on back order because that's what
Oh.
everybody was like. Everybody's just like, shit, we're stuck at home. We got
You're looking at me through a Logitech C920 webcam, which is the original YouTuber webcam, as far as I know. It's an $80 webcam, and now it's a $300 webcam, and you can't even buy them.
You're kidding me.
It's like the Volkswagen Golf or the Toyota Camry of webcams. It's just the most reliable one, and
everybody wants
because
it
of the
now.
pandemic, everybody's been trying to get one, and you can't get one anymore. So I'm sitting here with like gold dust on my desk.
It's like those Rode NT1As, which were billed as like the quietest mics you can get
Right.
because their noise floor was relatively low. And they're like, I think they're like $300 each, but really like when you listen to them, they sound like $800 microphones, but
Right.
good luck getting them now. Like I
Yeah.
was looking at trying to get a matching pair and I couldn't find them. Maybe you could now, but
It's all sold
everything's
out.
on
Well,
back order.
they are starting to come back up, but I think these are still at least a couple of $100.
Wow.
And I don't know about the mics, but it's insane. Yeah. So you did well getting all the gear for this.
I
So.
finally now I think I'm at a point where I can stop buying
Yeah.
stuff.
You've got just what you need.
I think until
the
the
next
next shiny object, that's the mistake is you go on YouTube and then you see somebody using something or doing a review or an unboxing of something and you're like,
I
oh,
want
well,
one
that
of
would
those.
make my videos 0.1% better.
Yeah. Diminishing returns at that point. See, I have quite a noisy room. I have a busy road right out front. So I'm like, I just know that if I buy $1,000 microphone, I'm still going to hear those truck exhausts. So, and
They'll be
that's
so
like the
clear. They'll be so you really get the nuance.
bass
in
and
those
the
truck
rumble will
exhausts.
just be so warm.
It is interesting because I was in music before ASMR, and there used to be when I was into like buying studio stuff, and this was maybe in the early aughts, like maybe 02 or something like that. The difference between a $200 microphone and an $800 microphone was huge.
Huge.
But now
Not
the
anymore.
difference is there's
Yeah.
the difference now is more like, oh well, like this mic has like 6 different polar patterns on it, right?
Yeah.
Who
Yeah.
gives a hell? Like you set it to cardioid and you're fine, right? Like
Yeah.
you get one that's doesn't have the different polar patterns on it, and
Yeah.
you're paying a third of the price, but you're still getting the same sound quality. So
Yeah.
I don't
Yeah.
know. Yeah, it just is. I think
Everything's
it's a good.
much more refined and mass produced. That's I
And
don't know.
I feel like it's a good time to be like a gearhead,
Yeah.
because things that were completely out of reach, like even this switcher that I'm using right now to do that, right, is something that 10 years ago, there's no way I would have been able to buy it. It
Yeah.
just would have been way too expensive. And now it's super, super cheap
Yeah.
for what it does, right?
You can kit out your own studio pretty well now. It's within reach for most people.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
Yeah.
But anyway, yeah. So thank you very much for stopping
Thank
by
you.
and hanging out. And are you rooting for anyone in particular in this election?
Oh, I have no problem revealing my politics. I absolutely think Trump is probably the most dangerous person in the world. I don't think he knows that. I don't even think he's evil. I just think he's a misguided, egotistic buffoon who doesn't realize the power of his words. And I think he's got to go. I know he has to go. So I don't particularly love Biden in any way. But if he gets it, I think it would be a big step forward
Certainly,
for the
yeah,
world.
it feels like a step more in the right direction, right?
Yeah. It's not even a step forward. It's more like a step back on a path where we were making some progress.
Right. Like maybe we could
However
start turning
incrementally
around.
that was,
Yeah.
But,
Yeah. Well, I'm with you. I hope I'm hoping the same thing.
yeah, fingers crossed. Okay. I
Cool.
better go.
Thank you for coming on and talking. I appreciate it.
I appreciate it too. Thanks, man. Great talking to you.
Talk to you later.
Bye.
That was ASMR, Scottish Undertones ASMR. So if you haven't checked out his videos before, please do. He's got the accent, right? Like that's a killer accent. Okay, let's see what's going on here. Oh, that's right. Indigo, you remember that. I remember that from her Draw Her Life. Now that you say that. Her mother used to do that. Yeah. Okay, what's going on? Oh no. You're welcome. That was fun. Yeah, doesn't he have? Well, you have a lovely voice too, Xava. I gotta say, if you wanted to do ASMR, you definitely could. Really, everybody could do ASMR. If literally everybody did it, then it'd be difficult. There'd be a supply chain problem. Okay, let me do. Well, do I wanna? Shit. Okay, I'm gonna. So Google has it at 131 to 98. Pennsylvania's now leaning Trump. Oh no. That could be a problem. That's disappointing. Georgia, Florida, Texas, Pennsylvania. Fuck. Oh, Chels. Okay. Well, if you fall asleep, I hope you have pleasant dreams and are somehow able to wake up to something nice. Yeah, I just saw that. Okay. Let's have fun. I don't even know, some of these people might be gone. So if not, if your name comes up and you're gone, we'll just place it with somebody else, see if anybody else wants to. Here we go. Oh, that's Grace. That's Grace, right? That's Grace. Grace, are you still? Are you still around, Grace? I know you didn't have video, but that's fine. We don't always have to do video. Give Grace a minute. Is it time for me to start? All right, let's see if Pazuzu helps out. Great. Okay, yes, I'm sending you a link now, Grace. It would have been good to have the both of you on. Man, I'm a little down now. We knew it was going to be a roller coaster. We knew it was going to be a roller coaster. It's not over. Subject line, as usual. Howdy. Send. Oh no, my handwriting is abysmal. I prefer almonds, but cashews are probably a close second. This is what I'm talking about. This is why you need what you need is like a handler. If L8's manager was able to and here's Grace. So I'm going to be bringing in Grace. I got to see. So I think it's still going to show like a blank screen on the side. But I don't know. Let's just see what happens.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, and see
Hey,
a very.
I was hoping
It's a very brown screen. I'm wondering if I can hide.
I know it's because I have a post-it note over my camera. So I was hoping that it would let me put up like an avatar or, like a little logo or something, but it doesn't give me that option, unfortunately. So you'll have to stare at my post-it note.
Hold on one second. I can make your name appear.
Yeah, it let me type in my name, but it didn't give me the option to like upload a photo or anything.
Here, make it solo. Just you.
It's just me.
Look at how it's vignetting on the edges there. Actually, it's kind of neat. How are you doing, Grace? It's been a while.
I know, I'm doing really well. Yeah,
For
thanks.
for those of you who don't know, Grace and I did. I want to say what was it, like 2017.
No, it was
2018?
2018.
2018.
Yeah,
And
it's been 2 years almost.
so we did it's like a four. I don't even know how long it was actually, but it was pretty long. A pretty long discussion that sort of touched on everything under the sun and then some.
Hmm.
But this is Grace's Grove Audio, right? That's still
Hmm.
the name of your channel is still Grace's
Yep.
Grove. Okay.
Yep, sure is.
So if you have not checked her stuff out, please be sure to do so. But I'm sure everybody here knows who you are. How are you feeling about tonight?
Oh gosh. I'm really nervous. I really am. My hope, and I don't think that I don't think that I've hidden my political agenda at all. If you go to my Twitter right now, it's like all about voting. But yeah, I would like Biden to win. And I think that I'm going to echo Muzz's sentiment that I'm not really excited about Biden. There was nothing about him that excited me. There was nothing about him that really inspired me to vote for him, other than the fact that it wasn't Trump. So I would hope that would be the outcome, but I'm really concerned about these key states and where they're leaning. And I just know what happened last time.
Right.
Everything looked really good at the beginning of the evening. And then, by the next day, it's like, oh no.
It actually even looked better, right?
Mhm.
Like
Yeah.
Florida was better the last election cycle.
Although I have to say that one thing that I'm really excited about is the fact that I think they said over 100 million people had already voted before today even started, which is a huge amount of people, more people than normally vote in a regular election. So I think we have a lot of new people voting, a lot of new voters. I think a lot of people who maybe didn't vote last time have turned up this time. And then I think because a lot of states opened up absentee voting because of COVID, I think maybe that even encouraged more people to vote because it made it easier for everyone. So that might be a bright spot.
So, but you're saying the bright spot is that more people are voting. But what are your thoughts on 51% of the country or 40? What are your thoughts on sort of the diametrically opposed, sort of irreconcilable schools of thought, like behind both of these candidates, or not really behind Biden, but what Biden represents really? Because Biden's kind of like a straw man, or so. Not a straw man's not the right word, but sort of just like a prop in a way, right?
Right.
Like he's not really.
He's a placeholder.
Yeah, it's what he represents, not really who he is anymore. What do you feel about so? Yeah, okay, the vote got out, right? Like lots of people were encouraged to vote, and lots of people were. I guess I have a problem in that when I watch interviews with sort of the person on the street, right, as to why they're voting for Trump. I want to say 9 out of 10 times, it feels to me like this person is actually wrong and misguided, and not in a partisan or political way, but actually a factually demonstrable way. And they either didn't do the work to realize what it was they were doing, or they were being willfully ignorant and just wanting what they wanted, which I know we can all be guilty of, right? But it just feels to me like a lot of people, and maybe this is my bias, right? but it just feels to me like a lot of people who are voting for Trump are doing so in a way that is, uh, they're not genuinely, if the truth was really put in front of them, they wouldn't be doing it. But they are accepting sort of a narrative that he's pushing and that it's being pushed, and there's that sort of backlash or the backlash to the backlash, and a lot of that stuff that's kind of fueling this. It's almost like you're cleaving to your party, right? And you're just saying, there's nothing that can be said, there's nothing that can be done to change my mind. Because how could anyone, I guess I just feel like, how could anyone hear some of the things that Trump has said, even just over the past month and a half, much less go back before the 2016 election, where how could we possibly have elected somebody who was, like the Billy Bush interview, who did something like that? Or do you feel like there is a problem, a systemic problem with, do you feel like the Trump phenomenon stems from a systemic problem with education? Or do you think it could have its roots in some sort of racism? Or do you think that it's just different people with different opinions?
So I have a
loaded.
So I have some interesting thoughts on this. So I think that if you look, I've been listening to a lot of podcasts recently, and reading some books about kind of this whole nationalism movement, almost like religious nationalism, and really the move, I guess the conversion of the Republican Party into something that was really religion focused. So, the Republican Party didn't used to be that way. Even 30, 40 years ago, they weren't interested in that. And a lot of the evangelical church and the Republican Party really had no interest in the abortion issue, or they were on the pro-choice side of the abortion issue, surprisingly. And slowly, and this has not been by accident, slowly over time, they have taken the Republican Party and they have converted it into this party of one or two particular issues, because they knew that it would kind of excite voters and it would bring them over to where they wanted them to be. So I think that if we really want to talk about this issue and really get into it, I think we need to look at kind of the history of the party and how it's evolved, and the fact that this didn't happen overnight. This didn't happen 4 years ago. It didn't even happen, 10 years ago. This has been ongoing. We've been moving, the train's been moving in this direction for decades at this point. And Trump and his whole conglomerate of people around him, these people behind the scenes like Roger Stone and other people who have been in politics for decades and decades and decades, who've been moving the party in this direction. It's really, he's kind of the end result of all of this. So I think Muzz made a really interesting point when he was speaking about Trump, when he said that, Trump is almost a straw man, or, a placeholder at this point, because he's not really the one making these decisions. He's not the one driving these policies. He's not the one who's really interested in eroding the government agencies, expanding the powers of the presidency. He doesn't really understand what that means. Like, this is a man who has no understanding of what he's being used for, and what's being done in his name, or what people are kind of using him to do. Right. So I think another thing that I wanted to talk about is the Supreme Court, because I think a lot of people right now were motivated to vote for Trump, especially in evangelical circles, around the abortion issue. And really the point is to pack the court so that Roe v. Wade can be overturned. And I know that they were in such a hurry to get this justice on the court. I think they may have actually overplayed their hand a bit, because she's on there now. What do they need Trump for? Like, he did his job, right? He got the court packed. They've kind of eroded a lot of the government agencies. You know, things look like they're pretty much on the path that was set out 30 or 40 years ago. And so they got what they wanted. They don't, and to your point, they don't like Trump. A lot of them don't like Trump. He doesn't stand for a lot of their values and their morals and what they believe in, and, you know, what they profess to believe in, I should say. And so they don't really like him, but they've been putting up with him because he was their best chance to kind of tackle this abortion issue, because that is the main issue. And so now it's like, okay, well, what do we need Trump for? Do we really need to vote for him now? Because we got what we wanted. We got our justice. We got our court. You know, we don't really like him to begin with. So I'm wondering if that's going to be another little bit of a bright spot.
But if he wins, like to me, I guess I feel like there are the policy issues, but then there's also just sort of this the stoking of divisiveness and the seemingly like. So it reminds me of, and one made me pull up, and I know other people have like quoted this before, but people talk about like Bob Ross being their introduction to ASMR. I think my introduction to ASMR that I remember was Carl Sagan, and he had a book called The Demon Haunted World that came out in the 90s, early 90s. He died, I think, in 1997. And in it, he says, and I have the quote right here, he says, I have a foreboding of an America in my children's or grandchildren's time when the United States is a service and information economy, when nearly all manufacturing industries have slipped away to other countries, when awesome technological powers are in the hands of a very few, and no one representing the public interest can even grasp the issues, when people have lost the ability to set their own agendas or knowledgeably question those in authority, when, clutching our crystals and nervously consulting our horoscopes, our critical faculties in decline, unable to distinguish between what feels good and what's true, we slide, almost without noticing, back into superstition and darkness. And I guess, like, when I read that, I'm like, I guess I feel like that's when I see these person on the street interviews, that's what it feels like to me, right? And yeah, I mean, I agree with you, right? Like I think all you have to do is you go back to 2015 where Lindsey Graham was, or 2016 where Lindsey Graham was, everyone was talking trash about Trump, right? Because they didn't think he was going to win, and they were like, this person's a monstrosity. The moment he won, of course, then, you know, they switched their tune. But I just feel like, especially like with Bob Barr being the Attorney General, and with was Article 2, the Article 2 stuff that keeps getting touted, that he basically has unlimited power or has very close to unlimited power. And it no longer becomes checks and balances. It becomes like non-overlapping magistria. So it's not like the House is checking the executive branch, which is checking the judicial branch. It's more like they each have unlimited power in their own areas. And I feel like William Barr has made overtures like acknowledging that as being true, or as being the way that things are going to go. And so what frightens me is, well, one of the things that frightens me is 4 more years of divisive rhetoric, right? Mm-hmm. And encouraging people to run campaign buses off the road, or encouraging young people to travel across states with assault rifles to keep law and order, right? Or what all of these things that Trump does and then claims that he's not responsible for, or claims that, well, I didn't make them do this, not understanding that by not wearing a mask, he is setting an example. By pulling out of the Paris Accord, he is setting an example. By all the things that he is doing, that even if they're not official policy that he's passing, like it still has all of these rippling repercussions through obviously not just the United States, but the entire world. So he did have like this little tiny, it seemed like, this little tiny, I want to say like sanity check, in that he couldn't be 100% off his rocker because he wanted to be reelected. So if he gets reelected, like what's to stop him? He was already impeached, right? So, and he'll clean house, right? He'll clean house of anyone who's not a complete loyalist, and we'll end up with, I guess I just feel like the next 4 years could be way more destructive than the last 4. And yeah, Roe v. Wade being, one of the first things to go, right? But I don't know. I guess I just feel like when I'm reading that Carl say, it's hard for me not to feel like there is a right and a wrong side to this. It's not just a matter of two people or two different parties with opinions on things. There is, to me, and again, obviously I know I'm biased, it feels like there is a pretty clear delineation of good and bad. And, that's dangerous too, I know. But I guess I can't sweep it under the rug, and I can't sweep that feeling under the rug. And it makes me very scared for, the next 4 years, as far as the idea of a civil war seems so far out of the realm of possibility 4 years ago, right? And even if Obama did some terrible things, and he did do some terrible things, especially when it came to like infringing on personal liberties and being able to detain people who are American citizens without needing to have the proper, what was it, 25th, or no, I'm sorry, 27th. I forget what article it was, but it was something that basically it was for Guantanamo Bay, right? But for terrorists that were American citizens, if you were suspected of terrorism, and it was like these Weasley words language that basically meant in theory, they could kind of detain any American citizen for as long as they wanted. And that was like another part of the key part. There was no like, well, for a week or for, this amount of time. It was indefinite. And in spite of all that, I was one of those people who was just like, yes, there's policy, but then there's also there's the will, like to go Schopenhauer here. There's the will and the representation, right? There's the policy the solid policy that gets made, and then there's also the really sort of the ideals that get presented, and the behavior that those ideals promulgate throughout the country and abroad, right? Because what Trump does also emboldens people across the ocean, right? So I guess do you think it's all? Am I wrong?
No, you're not wrong. I agree with you. I'm also very scared to think about the next 4 years, because you're right. He won't have the specter of reelection hanging over his head. He's already been impeached. He's already pretty much cleared out everyone but the sycophants. He's really positioned himself to kind of hit the ground running for the next 4 years to do some major damage. Not that they already haven't done major damage. And a lot of it we're not even really aware of or discussing because there's just layers upon layers upon layers of
Yeah.
shit, right? And you
There's
just
so
can't
much of
dig
it.
through it all, right? You just can't dig through it all. So it is really concerning. And I read something the other day that really resonated with me because I don't know if I believe that we would have like an all-out, full-on civil war, but an article I read was talking about a cold civil war, and that we're kind of already in the middle of that, and that that's only going to continue and deepen if he is reelected. And I think that that's a great way to describe it, because while there may be isolated incidents of violence or things that we've already been seeing, I think will potentially get worse. I don't think that the average Joe on the street is going to pick up a gun and run out into the street and start shooting their neighbors. A lot of these political and party divisions are going through families, they're going through relationships, they're going through workplaces. These are people that, I have people in my own family who are ardent Trump supporters, and we vehemently disagree with one another on politics and religion and a lot of other things, but we're still family, and we still have to interact with one another and care about each other and find a way to be in the same room together without it being this horror show, right?
And yet that was one of the sort of things that was held up about the tragedy of the Civil War, was how it was literally brother against brother, right?
Yeah.
But I do find I'd love to read that article about a cold Civil War, because that does sound like where we'd be. That resonates with me, and that gets my synapses thrumming, I guess.
I'll have to find it. I think it was in the New York Times. I'll have to see if I can find it for you.
Yeah, I would love that. That would be great.
Yeah, but I think that's more towards where it's headed. And I'm also scared for myself personally. I have a lot on the line here. I could potentially lose my ability to marry. I could lose the ability to control my own body.
Yeah.
Countless rights that haven't really been around for too long. Like, it took us a long time to get them, and we've not had them for very long, and now potentially they're threatening to take them away. And so I'm trying not to have this like cold panic, right? about what may or may not be. But it's a really scary time. And I know there are a lot of other people who have a lot more on the line than I do. So it's scary to think that we would be in a country where our leaders have such like disrespect and just outright almost hatred for a huge part of the population.
Yeah.
We contribute to the economy. We pay our taxes. We, take care of each other. Some of people are essential workers. We're an important part of this society, and we should be able to have the same rights as everyone else. And it's really frustrating and really scary, and it can be really overwhelming at times.
Yeah, I'm really sorry. That's yeah, because I have much less to lose, right? Like, for me, the pain for me is going to be more seeing this happen to other people, which I can't imagine like what emotional state I would be in if I were female or non-cis or non-heterosexual. If I were not like the most sort of generic archetype of Americana or whatever, I can't even imagine it, because the outrage that I feel now, I can't imagine what other people who are going to be directly and really dangerously affected by some of this stuff must feel. So you have my my sympathies, and obviously I feel like it's incumbent upon everybody to sort of in this situation make sure that that we're protecting each other, right? That we're looking out for each other. Oh God, I guess talking like it already happened shouldn't be defeatist, I suppose. But got me. Oh yeah, an indigo here. Yeah, female, bisexual, and black. That's
Yeah. Yep.
yeah. Oh yeah. Oh, and Elliot.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
Yeah.
this is. I mean, this is not. This is not small potatoes for
Wow.
any of you all. I appreciate you talking to me about this stuff, Grace. And
Yeah, no problem.
I'd even
And I
gotten to the
did.
point now where I was pulling out a face from the patterns and the macro blocking of your Post-it note, like seeing like vague eyes and a sort of nose-like shape, which wasn't yours, and it's actually quite startling once you see it.
You know, our brains are always trying to form patterns.
Yes,
It's how our brains
especially with
work. So,
faces, right?
yeah, exactly. Oh, I did before we kind of end our little session here. I did want to circle back to something that I think is really important, and it's when we were talking about kind of how people maybe aren't educated or making decisions based on bad information. And I think a lot of times that stems from these bubbles that we've created or that have been created to house us, right? So we're always kind of in the same bubble on social media. We're always in the same bubble for where we get our news, right? Like I wake up in the morning and one of the first things I do every morning is I check the New York Times. And, you know, occasionally I'll read articles in other papers, but like that's my main source of information, you know, to start my day. And I really liked the fact that earlier in the stream, you mentioned that you were checking Fox News and, you know, another source. So I think that just for everybody who's listening, I think that it's really, really important that number one, you understand the difference between a primary source, secondary source, a tertiary source. You understand how to identify bias in the sources where you're getting your information from, but also that you vary where your information is coming from. You know, try to find one or two foreign news sources because they're going to give a different perspective than you would get from US news sources.
Right.
Try to vary your sources. You know, if you don't normally listen to conservative channels or conservative news sources, try to find one and look at it every once in a while and just see where they're coming from or what information they're getting.
Right.
You know, just I think that it's just really important to try to be able to see other perspectives, to look at different sources of information so you get out of your bubble, but also to be able to tell what is real and what is not real, where things are coming from, always
And
follow the money. That's a great way to determine bias. You know, so anyway, I just wanted to say that.
Yeah, possibly get some understanding that you might not get. I mean, it's in the best interest of every social media algorithm to show you stuff that it thinks you want to see, right? So trying to like break out of that is it takes effort, right? Yeah.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, I'm with you 100%, Grace. Thank you very, very much for
You're
coming on
welcome.
and chatting.
Yeah, thanks for having me on. This was fun.
It's easy. It's so easy to talk to you. Like, and just like, I understand now why we went for like 4 hours. When we were
I know.
talking.
Yeah, it's always fun.
Cool. All right. Thank you very, very much. And I'll talk to you soon.
Okay, bye.
All right, bye. 3.5 hours. And I feel like I want to do, I thought that was great. I thought that was great. Every conversation so far this evening has just been amazing and made me feel better about whatever may be about to unfold. Let's see what we got. All right, so a minute ago, the polls closed in California and Washington. That was not, I mean, everyone knows where California's going. The map. Jeez, man. Wow, North Carolina is good. So Pennsylvania is up to 44%. That's bad. Yeah, these are everything here is leaning red. Crud. Oh boy. So right now, if the map plays out with the leanings that we're seeing right now, then Trump would win. I realize those can change. Christ. Pazuzu. Why aren't you working? Get dressed. Whew. 3.5 hours. Okay, I want to... I'm really enjoying talking to people. Here, I'm going to let you in on a little secret right now. The interview mode, so I pay a monthly fee for Ecamm, which is the software that I'm using that's allowing me to do the majority of this. By the way, hey, don't forget to smash that subscribe button. And don't forget to, you know what always feels good after an election doesn't go your way? Same thing I said before. Get yourself one of those Ridge wallets. Retail therapy. Why am I giving them free spot? They're not paying me. God, who would have thought the person that said this about the Proud Boys? I was watching John Oliver the other night, and he actually went through, and he went through, as much as he could in the time that he had, and was like, hey, y'all have been hit with cognitive dissonance because of the sheer amount of BS that this person has put you through over the last 4 years. Let's not forget. And then he just started this litany of the terrible things that Trump has done. And it's funny how many of those things I had completely forgotten about, because there was always something new, right around the corner. It's kind of like that, what have you done for me lately? How have you hurt me lately? Anyway, so so this Ecamm software that I'm using, this interview mode, you pay a monthly fee, but for interview mode, that only comes with 20 hours per month. So if you do more than 20 hours of interviews a month, then you have to pay more. Which is, 20 hours sounds like a lot, but I just discovered that started using this feature tonight, and I've already used 2 hours of it. Man. Oh, this is good. Why I'm sponsoring them? What? Who? What? Haba? Zemimsky, the Electoral College is a weird thing, and people will always be saying stuff like, sorry. We're a democracy, so we should be, one person, one vote, that kind of thing. But we're democratic, but we're also a constitutional. What is it? Constitutional republic? Constitutional. Yeah. Wait. Are we a constitutional republic? Yes. So when we're keeping score, it doesn't really do us much good to use the popular vote as the score. Elliot, you look like a Minecraft block. Well, let's bring it on up. I'm going to take Grace off. Is there anybody else who... Scottish undertones off. I want to get this in frame. I feel like I'm not talking so much. I'm got all talked out. I'm gonna have to do this on the other camera. Sorry. So I'm not gonna add new names at the moment because these people have had their names up here for a while. So I want to be sure I get to everybody. So Chels is on here. Mike is here. Lexi, KJ, Elliot, and Notch, who I'm not going to try and pronounce that name. Let's spin it. Lexi. Lexi, are you here? I realize like some of these people put their names on hours ago, so they may no longer be around. But if Lexi is here, Lexi is here because Lexi is there. Chels went to bed. Oh, that's right, he did. Lexi, your name came up on the wheel of misfortune. Sorry, I'm checking my updates too as this goes on. I feel like I'm doing a few things. Oh, Nacht as in knocked. I'm sorry. Okay, so Nacht Hexen. The Night of the Hex? Oh dear. Oh dear. Lexi, your name, you give your time to Elliot? Okay, that's allowed. Okay, Elliot? Fuck, man. I don't know, I feel like I'm gonna... maybe regret this. Elliot, can you give me or email me at adeadsymbol@gmail.com. Michael really wants to come on. Michael's been spouting a lot of knowledge. I'm a little afraid. Am I okay? Yeah, I'm okay. I'm tired of my contacts are really getting to me right now. Elliot, yeah, do that up. You know what? I'm going to take my contacts off. Send me your email, Elliot, but take my contacts off. I'll be right back. And then, oh, it's going to be Elliot. Elliot's turn. I'm worried. Be afraid. But don't be that afraid. Oh yeah, we could do a Lexi and Elliot combo. Lexi, send me your, if you want, send me your, just send an email to adeadsymbol@gmail.com. And we could do two at the same time. But yeah, let me go switch out of my contacts. I will be right back. Everybody hold on, because, wait, in fact, here, why don't I make a, can I do this? Is that going to work? No, it's doing that thing where it doesn't work. Yeah, I mean, when you're an early adopter, I think scrolling ticker. There we go. Okay, so put this up here. Let's put this here. Put that there. Get this coming in. And I'll be right back. Try to get my glasses on. Just needed a snack. Okay. I've just replied to Elliot. I'm now replying to Lexi. So we'll wait for them to call in. 7:30. Before. We have Lexi in the green room. Oops. Yeah, thank you, Jessica and Bobby. Lexi is in the green room. We're waiting for Elliot. Yeah, don't worry about the music, Elliot. Worry about connecting. Good Lord, can't do anything right. Well, Elliot is in the green room. Let me finish this one for you. It's actually blueberry, a blueberry Newton. Elliot is wearing a hat that says, "We're all infected." Well, he just disappeared. Sorry, this is, I gotta eat. It's not a fig Newton. It was a blueberry Newton. So, I'm going to bring them in just like I would imagine their alignment is. Lexi on the left and Elliot on the right. Hello, Lexi and Elliot. Elliot, why am there? There we go.
Hello.
What you? It's kind of like
This damn computer.
you got to be like kind of in the. There you go. Yep.
This is your time to shine.
Oh my god, this is so weird.
How are you doing? Are you okay? You're.
No.
You realize there's less than 40 people watching. This is not.
You've totally got this.
this is just like chatting with some friends. Or are you worried now that we'll be putting a face to some of the terrible things that you say?
Ellie, you have great eyebrows, though. Seriously.
Thank you. I don't do them.
When you say you don't do them, you mean nothing gets done to them, or somebody else does
Nope.
them for you? You have an eyebrow person that does them? That is not you?
Oh. What? Sorry, my thing just like broke.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can.
Lexi, can you hear me? Okay, cool.
Sure can.
So your eyebrows, you said you don't do them, but you mean like
Mm-mm.
just you don't do, nothing gets done to them. Not you have a person who comes in and does them.
My sister-in-law used to do them, but I don't want her to anymore.
Yeah.
This is so weird. I'm sorry. Like, oh my god, it's the real sailor in front of me. Bye.
That's
Anyway, can I give you money? You want money?
you already.
Here, take.
Yeah. I
Okay,
don't
take the
want
money. Oh, okay.
But let's okay. So starting on the Lexi, hi. It looks like you're wearing a Beto O'Rourke shirt.
I am.
Was it Beto for what though?
America.
Oh, okay. So you're a Texan.
No, I actually live in Louisiana. Traveled to Texas for his opening rally and everything. Got to meet him. It was really nifty. And
Oh,
I
you
followed
actually-
his Senate
Wow.
14-hour drive. Yeah. It was intense.
What was the why?
He did his big opening rally when he announced that he was going to be running for president, and I was in the middle of a store, turned to my partner. I was like, "We're going." Had no clue where it was going to be held. Booked a hotel room. Ended up getting to stand like right next to him and shake his hand and stuff and take a selfie. It was really cool.
But what was the draw to Beto? Like what was your connection to him?
Just the way he spoke to people resonated with me, and the fact that he didn't speak down to people. He tried to get to know people that he spoke to, and he always made a point to bring up stories about meeting people whenever he was on the campaign trail and telling their story and letting people know that they were heard.
Sorry, hold on. Ellie is doing something that is.
Is that an old picture?
Yeah.
Where'd you get that picture?
You don't want to know, man. You really don't want to know.
Can I see it again though?
Yeah.
I don't know what that is or what that's from.
Good, because you shouldn't.
Why shouldn't I though? Like, I'm curious where.
I'm gonna
Where-
start crying.
I'm not. I don't care. I don't care how you found it. I'm just actually curious. Like,
No, I forgot. I think I just looked up your name
oh,
somehow.
okay. Yeah. I'm. What I'm doing right now, Ellie, is giving you time to regulate.
You've got this.
I'm on crack.
No.
Yeah, let's see, that's the kind of thing. So before I get to you, Elliot, sorry, I just want to. So Lexi, are you a lifelong Louisianer?
Louisianian, yes.
Louisianian? Is that
Born
what it
and
is?
raised here.
Yeah.
I enjoy it here. I just don't enjoy being a little blue dot in a sea of red. It feels like, especially where I live.
Well, this would be the same thing with Texas, right?
There's actually a lot of areas that lean more blue in Texas, especially Harris County, around Houston
just
area,
Austin?
the major metropolitan areas, pretty much. Houston does have a few like really red neighborhoods, like River Oaks, where Ted Cruz lives and stuff, but they do have a lot of blue areas too.
So you drove 14 hours to see Beto O'Rourke, and then and now you're wearing a Beto O'Rourke shirt, and you're big on Beto, is I guess.
Yeah. I mean, I bought the shirt. I didn't want to just like trash it after he, dropped out.
Oh, okay.
Use
So
the
that
shirt.
was okay. Okay.
Plus, I still really enjoy following what he's doing now.
What is he doing now? Is it? I don't.
He did a big, huge phone bank for Texas people calling voters and encouraging them to have a plan to vote and to get them to the polls.
And okay, so but you're a Biden person, I guess now.
I did vote for Biden. Yes.
Right.
Wasn't first choice, but it was the choice that I had to make. So.
Yeah. Your accent, I guess I'm not 100% familiar. So I guess my familiarity with Louisiana is mostly from True Detective season 1.
Yeah, not everybody sounds like that. The thing is, though, if I'm around people that are from like real down, I'm even southern Louisiana, but if I'm around people that are from like South Louisiana, the accent kind of changes, kind of adapt to
kind of French.
The people I'm around.
People do the
It's
crabbing.
yeah, like really south, like Plaquemine Parish down there, Nolens, all that
Port
stuff.
Charles, Erath. I'm just saying places from True Detective.
I'm closer to Texas, if
okay.
that makes sense. So it's not as south, like
Got
what
it.
most people think.
Okay, Elliot, are you okay?
You're good.
No,
You got this.
but I could talk.
Okay. So is Elliot actually your name? Is that another?
Yeah.
Elliot's your name.
Well, I
Okay.
chose that name. Yeah.
Okay, but that's the name you go by. Like
Mhm.
not just your well whatever, it doesn't matter. Yeah, that's fine. And where can you say where you live?
Los Angeles.
Oh,
Yeah, I know. Big.
Brentwood?
No.
Where in Los Angeles?
Well, like Baldwin Park. It's kind of in Los Angeles. I lie like you.
Saying I'm
Yeah.
from Miami.
Yeah. What? Whatever.
So you're from LA, and when you're there
Mhm.
now, so you've lived there your whole life, which I imagine has been relatively short.
Yeah, I know. I look like a baby. Yeah. I just turned 16.
Really?
Yeah, October
Oh.
18th was my birthday.
Oh wow! Happy birthday!
Thank you.
Birthday.
That is awesome. Did you get a driver's license? I don't even know. Is that the age for a driver's license?
No. Well, it is, but I'm too scared to drive. I feel like I would go in the car and it would just swerve into a ditch and I'd die immediately. So
So
I don't
so
want
I
to
have-
drive yet.
I have one question for you, Elliot.
Yeah.
What's wrong with you?
Well, a lot of things, really.
Let's hear them.
Oh man, no. My therapist would not like this.
You don't want to do completely public therapy in front of
41 people?
and have it
Okay.
be documented for everyone to look at. Go
I
back
mean,
and look
Q knows my stuff. Q knows. So,
at. Are you and Q? You and Q are close?
yeah.
Are you
I think that's not a good thing now that I think about it.
having somebody that knows you like who is not you?
Yeah.
Because it's like a leak. Q's a leak. Q's a loose end. You may have
Yeah.
to take care of Q.
No, Q takes care of me.
Oh, okay. Well, that's you're wearing a Dodgers shirt.
Yeah.
I don't follow sports at all, but I do know that the Dodgers just won the World Series.
Yeah, I don't follow sports either, but this was my grandpa's, and I thought it was relevant. So,
because the Dodgers just won the World Series.
yeah.
Yeah. Did you watch it?
No. I was with my friends.
Yeah. How are you doing?
But I heard screaming and fireworks everywhere, so I'm like, yeah, no, I already knew that they won.
You don't think there would have been screaming of fireworks if they lost?
Well, I don't think the fireworks, no. I think there would have been wildfires if they lost, but, even more, but...
Oh, are you in an area at all that's in any danger from...
Yeah, I remember I would wake up and I would see the fires outside my house, and it would be smoke, and I felt like I was, like, living in, like, someone's cigarette, because it would smell so bad. And the other day, my dad had to evacuate from work because of the fires, so...
Wow.
Yeah.
That sucks. What's weird is like, I mean, it's obviously it's absolutely horrible, but I do like see some of the photographs are just so surreal and incredible. Like they look so fake, right? It just looks like, I mean, you have this pleasant suburban neighborhood and then what looks like just smoke and hellfire like coming up right behind it. It's frightening. The disconnect is really scary. How are you doing with like COVID and stuff?
Well, I'm doing fine. Online school is like beating me on the ass right now, but I'm doing okay, I guess.
But you prefer in person?
A little bit. I like online school because I get to talk to all my friends and not listen at all. I think that's why I'm falling behind in my classes. So
It might have something to do with it.
Yeah. But so far it's okay.
Yeah. Do you have any questions that you wanted to ask me or anybody in the stream or anything?
I mean, I'm in awe that I'm even here. Okay, I could ask something. How are you doing, Sailor?
Okay.
Okay, awesome answer. Thanks.
Yeah. Well, I mean, it's been ups and downs. It's not been an easy year. So, but trying to soldier through it, I guess, is the best I can say. There are many. The vast majority of people who have it far worse than I do. So wouldn't want to complain. So yeah, doing great. I'm certainly enjoying myself.
We live in a capitalist society. It's awesome.
Yeah, well, and capitalism is brutality, right? So, I don't know. I definitely used to have a pretty, I guess, radical left idealist attitude, and it's sort of relaxed in the past, I don't know, 5 or 6 years, or maybe a little more than that. And I've become like this bougie version of myself a younger version of myself would hate. So, what are you going to do? So do you live at home?
Yeah.
Yeah. Is that?
No, I live on the streets. I don't know what you're talking about. No, I do live at home. See, I'm not as bad as you think. You get, Elliot moderates. Oh, I don't want to go live with him. Okay, I'm not that bad.
You've said a few things that were pretty out there.
I know, but I just like to be funny.
Yeah. Your first avatar was the Joker, I think, the first time I saw it. Right, yeah. So you like that movie? You were into that movie?
Oh yeah, that's one of my favorite movies.
Yeah. What about you, Lexi? What's your favorite movie?
Oh goodness, that's a very loaded question. Depends on the day. It depends on how I'm feeling.
Yeah, you're
I
right.
really enjoy. Lost in Translation was one of those movies that hit hard. I watched it, I guess, during a quarter life crisis, as I call it, and kind of made me look at my life really hard. Made some tough decisions about changes and stuff, but yeah, I kind of watch whatever.
Yeah, I'm currently reading on recommendation from someone in the stream. I don't remember who it was, but I'm reading Antkind by Charlie Kaufman. And one of the things that he says in there is, and why that's a ridiculous question to say, like, what's your favorite movie? And I'm sorry for asking a stupid question. But,
It's not a stupid
it's
question.
like, well, but it is like a movie.
Kind of is. What's your
what he
10
says-
favorite movies?
Yeah, it's almost like
That's even
what-
difficult. Yeah.
or just like a movie that's, like saying what is your one favorite movie, like that. In Antkind, he talks about how like the movie is not just the movie. The movie is also like the traffic jam that you were in when you first went to see it. If you were on a date, it's the person that you were with. It's if you
Right.
spilled Coke on yourself when you were watching it or whatever. It's all of the things that the abstractions that it went through to decipher, to get into your brain or whatever, and all of the circumstances around the first time you saw it, and then the next time you see it, you maybe think about those things as well when you're watching it, and you maybe interpret these things, especially movies that are more abstract and open-ended, in ways that maybe they weren't meant to be interpreted, or that they were meant to be open-ended in that way. So yeah, like in some way, it's almost like you can make a movie good that's not good by bringing yourself to it, right? So I guess and obviously you can do that with books too, probably even more. Elliot, I would really like to see that picture once more. Like, is there?
Oh
any chance?
no.
Because I just want to
Okay.
know what it is. Like, I have no idea what that picture is. I have no idea.
I forgot to. You might not want to read the text. Hold on, no, I'm gonna blur out
You
the
can
text.
hide the text. I don't care. I don't care about
No,
the
I
text.
am. The screen is mirrored, so it's like hard to focus.
Why? Well, it's definitely not from MTV. I think that's from a game, from like a gaming interview or something.
Mm-hmm.
Is that I don't know if that's an agreement or just a nod of.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Okay.
Mhm.
Cool. I like your hat.
Thanks.
That Gen Z internet sleuthing.
Yeah, I wear it so people could get scared.
We're all infected. Your hat
Yeah.
with the Beto shirt, that would be the ideal combination there.
Oh yeah.
But you have a nostalgic attachment to the jacket, right? So it's your grandfather's jacket, right?
Mm-hmm.
Is your grandfather still with us?
Nope.
Or? No. Okay. Yeah. I'm sorry.
No, that's okay.
Yeah. But that would make me want to wear the jacket, obviously. Okay. Does I'm not sure. I don't have any other questions. If you guys have anything you want to, do you want to talk to each other about anything? I could go get another Fig Newton or something.
Yeah, go leave.
I can't actually leave, but I can. No, I think it'll disconnect. But I could mute.
I'm reading the chat. Oh my god, everyone is talking about fan fiction.
Let's see. What's
I
going on in the chat?
purposefully shoved that off to the side. I'll go back through it later. I just can't. I'd be too distracted.
I'm going through it right now. Hold on.
Like everyone is going crazy.
I teach high school, Elliot, and you're the age of student that I teach.
That's cool, honestly.
You seem like you'd be totally cool. I'd love to have you in my class.
Yeah, that would be fun.
What do you teach, Lexi?
I teach geography.
Really?
Yeah. I take more of a human geography approach to it instead of just physical geography, because you could just get out your phone and look up stuff online. So I teach it from more of like a why things are the way they are standpoint, as opposed to just where something is, memorize all these random facts and stuff. It's fun.
So it's so just so I understand a little better, right? So human geography is more contextual and not quite so much.
Right. It's looking at basically everything that is man-made, not stuff that is found in nature, or what we do with the things that we find in nature.
That's pretty cool. I didn't know that. But do they still call the class just geography?
Yes, I'm lucky. I get a lot of leeway with my class that I teach. It's not tested or anything, so I can just kind of do whatever I want with it. It's a lot of fun.
And it's remote right now?
Actually, no, we just went back to in-person. We go 2 days a week with each group of students. It's 2 different groups. It's highly unfortunate right now.
What would happen if somebody walked in with a "we're all infected" cap? into your clothes.
Well, we typically have school uniforms, so there's
Oh,
no
okay.
hats, but I wouldn't care. I mean, they're, the students in class, I'd rather them be there than care about what they're wearing.
You seem like you'd be a great teacher. And Elliot, you
Thanks.
seem like you'd be a nightmare of a student.
No, I would.
Nah.
Okay, so let me see if there's anything else in the chat before.
Everyone is so mean to me in the chat.
No, they're not.
bullying.
Nobody is mean to you in the chat. They all loved you. They're all like cheering for this to happen. This was, it's funny. There's a lot of like writers, a lot of, wow, wait, what is this? I'm trying to get the context here. I'm not, what is going on? Why are people saying fan fiction? What are they talking about? Do you know what they're talking about?
No, I don't know. I don't even know what fan fiction is. I have no idea. I don't
You
even know what
lie.
you're talking
You
about.
lie.
Yeah.
I don't even know who you are. I don't know what's going on. No, I don't.
Okay. Well, this is, Grace, high school back in session. Yes.
Exactly. Exactly. Yeah.
See, look, Nasha says, in the same, she insults you and compliments you in the same sentence.
Yeah, me and Nasha are like that.
Okay, so do you all have any last minute questions you want to ask before
I do want to say thanks for bringing up the Queen's Gambit a while back. I started watching it after your last live stream, and it is phenomenal.
Yeah, right. And when I first started watching it, like when I first put it on, I was like, wait a minute, this is 6 or it was whatever, like 8 episodes or something like that.
Mm-hmm.
I thought it was just going to be like a 90-minute thing. I was like, how can they turn this into 6 hours or 8 hours of entertainment or whatever? But it was really good. Like I was, and part of it is I'm a fan of the actor from The Witch, right?
Mm-hmm.
Whose name now I forget.
Anya Joy Taylor.
Yes.
Something like that.
And they also had that guy who has been in he seems to be popping up in a lot of things now. He was in the Buster Scruggs Coen Brothers movie as I don't know if you saw that, but he played a quadriplegic who was basically brought around from town to town to speak scripture, while his manager kind of counted the money as people came up and watched him as a freak. And
is that the cowboy guy? The one with the hat?
Is Witch the cowboy guy? Is
the actor that you're talking about in the show? Is he the one that wears the cowboy hat? I didn't see Buster Scruggs.
No, he was
Okay.
one of the early opponents who was like the Kentucky state champion or something like that, and he comes back later to help.
Celtic.
No, he wasn't the thin guy who was in like the Maze Runner and had like style and a knife and like looked like, I don't know, I was a little try hard there, but I don't know where I was going with that, but the Queen's Gambit. If anybody has not watched it, I thought it was really, really good. Have you seen the Queen's Gambit, Elliot?
No, I haven't. I should. I will.
10 out of 10 recommend. It's
Yeah,
really
I
good.
will.
It ends well. It was like from start to finish. I enjoyed it, and that's unusual, especially I like chess, but I don't necessarily want to watch 6 hours about chess. That wasn't really the compelling part to me, but it was really good. Cool. All right. Well, thank you both. I only have 16 hours of interview time remaining.
Can we spend those 16 hours right now?
Well, we could spend those 16 hours in 16 hours. Hard to spend them right now. But we talk again, Elliot. That'd be fine.
Yes, when I'm not high, please.
Okay.
I don't do drugs. I don't. Yeah, I mean, you're not gonna believe me on that, but
Well, it's impossible for me to believe you on that because you literally just said, or you strongly implied that you were high. So
yeah.
Yeah. Well, that's fine. No judgment, right? I mean,
No.
isn't it legal in California?
Yeah.
Sure, whatever. I mean,
Come down to California. We could do drugs together.
come down to California. All
I'm
right,
losing my ability to speak English.
that's
I'm
okay.
gonna pass out.
I'm actually losing it. Like the amount that I've been talking, I can feel it in the back of my throat. It's painful. But okay, thank you both for talking and for hanging out and for contributing to the community and stuff. I really appreciate that.
Yeah, it was fun.
Thanks for having us.
And Elliot, don't talk about like a past tense. It was fun.
It is fun.
Okay.
Okay.
All
My face
right.
hurts from smiling. I've never smiled this much.
Okay, well, yeah, I don't smile either. I really try very hard not to smile because I don't want my teeth.
Mhm.
Anyway, good luck with school. You have school tomorrow, Lexi? Do you
Yeah.
have school tomorrow? You both have school tomorrow. Okay, good luck tomorrow.
Yeah, it's only an
both of you.
hour tomorrow for me.
Oh, okay.
Must be nice.
All right, we'll talk to you all later. Have a good evening. Bye.
Bye. Oh my god, I'm gonna die. Okay.
Yeah. Whew. That was cool. Yeah, I worry that I'm overdoing this thing. I'm down to 16 hours. I'm gonna have to end up. I wonder what it costs to get another 20 hours. Yeah, right. That's one of the things that I've taken away from this is just like how much the sort of camaraderie in this. Wait, who did I cut off? Did I cut someone off? Did I cut off Elliot? Wait, did I? What were you saying, Elliot? What were you saying? You were very well behaved, apart from the drug stuff. Well, that gets sorted out. I need to look again. Gotta do it. I don't want to do it. Crap. What is left? Like, what is left for Biden to get here? Arizona, 11. Maine, 4. 15. $25. There's no road for Biden to get to 270 right now, unless one of these states flips. That is really, and Trump is significantly ahead in Pennsylvania. Called Arizona for oh, well, thank you, Elliot. Yeah, it made my day too. Oh, hey, Leah's here. Yeah, I'm trying to keep as open-minded as I can about what might go down. But yeah, it is really frustrating. Oh, Pavi. Good night. Michael, you've been on the wheel since the beginning, haven't you? I was gonna say, man, I'm getting super, super tired. I don't think that I can add any more people to the wheel tonight. Like, I feel like I've got to just deal with the hole that I've dug for myself thus far, which are the people that are still remain on the wheel. Which is, we just did Lexi and Elliot. This leaves Noct and Chels. Well, Chels went to sleep. Mike and KJ. So 3. All right. Probably gonna have to spin this more than once in order for it to land correctly, but let's try it. No, it's a nobody. KJ. Is KJ still here? Because this was a long time ago. Yeah, no, I erased Chels. But it landed on KJ. So I'm curious if KJ is still in the crowd. The small crowd. KJ? KJ? Paging KJ. Sean, good night. Thank you very much for coming by. KJ. KJ. Thank you very much, Grace, for coming by. KJ. KJ. Oh, KJ is here. Yes, Michael, I know. Hold on, let's... Look how close it got to you there, Mike. Real close. It's going to take forever. So it's KJ and Mike. That leaves Noct for last. All right, so KJ and Mike, could you both come on down? You're the next contestant on. I'm running out of things to say, and I'm feeling increasingly despondent. Yeah, so KJ and Mike, if you could email me, and I will send you a link. Mike, I feel like Mike has a lot to say. You're gonna have to figure it out. Okay. Email is a dead symbol at gmail.com. Sorry. Okay, I see KJ. Link sent to KJ. And I see Mike. Link sent to Mike. It's so easy. Whoa, what did I just do? Don't forget. So yeah, just go to the link. And you should appear in the green room. Who hates who? Oh, this was a prerequisite. But what the heck? Good night, Allie. Thank you for coming by. Everybody else got on camera except Grace. I'm waiting for KJ and Michael to join. You both should have gotten emails from me. Here's KJ. KJ is in the green room. I'm not sure what this, when, KJ, can you hear me right now? Okay. Biden won Hawaii. Great. It's like 4 electoral votes, isn't it? And Michael has joined, and he does have a camera. He's just not pointing it at himself. But, oh, it kind of, I see a maple leaf. I saw a bit of face. Oh, you're using your phone. Okay. Let's see if that works. Because I actually tried to test this with using a phone, and it did not work, which is why I said, yeah, it should be a laptop that's running Chrome. That's what they recommend. So this might work, but it might not. Let's see. Let's see what happens. So adding KJ. Hello, KJ.
Hello.
And adding Mike. Hello, Mike. The problem, Mike, with the phone that I had was I couldn't hear. So can you hear me, Mike?
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Oh, yeah. Can hear you fine. And can hear you too, KJ. Can you hear me okay?
Does that audio come out well for you? Because it's
Actually,
just like headphone
Yeah,
audio.
that audio's great.
Okay.
Audio's great on both of you. How are you? Well, okay. We'll start with KJ. Let's start with KJ.
Hello.
Hi. It's good to put a face with I've seen the avatar for a long time now, so it's really nice to put a face to it. I like the sugar skulls behind you.
Thank you.
Where can I? So if I ask questions and you don't want to answer them, obviously, please don't. But I'm curious where you're calling from, whereabouts.
Central Alabama.
Oh, Central Alabama, which is, let's see.
Capital City.
Wow, my
Mobile.
phone camera refuses to center. What?
Phone
just a
cameras are
setting.
bad about not wanting to do shit, right?
Is there something I can prop this on? Maybe.
So, KJ, you're from Alabama, or you're just living there right now?
I'm from Alabama.
So you're born and raised in Alabama.
Oh yeah,
What, do you like it?
it has its ups and downs.
Yeah. Yeah. Do you have a? Did you vote?
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
I'm trying to get a certain orange ball bag out of presidency.
It doesn't look like Alabama went that way.
Yeah, sadly. And then we lost our one Democratic representative.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Yeah.
Oh boy.
To a former college football coach.
Well, at least. Oh, I don't even know what I'm going to say. At least what? Like, there's no at least. I can't follow that up with anything. At least.
Don't worry, we can't either.
So how have you been? Because I've seen you around for a while, like in the streams or so I'm curious how you found it or how you stumbled upon it.
Originally, a friend of mine sent me a link to your Witcher ASMR.
Oh wow, that was a long time ago.
Yeah. I watched it, but it was kind of in a passing because at the time I was working a lot. And what really caught my attention was your vampire one.
Oh yeah. That was a long time ago too. That was like 2 years ago. Yeah, that was that was definitely a high effort video. Okay, so you came here through the ASMR channel, and
yeah.
I guess everybody did. I guess that's pretty much the way that goes. And what do you think about tonight? What do you think about the situation? How are you feeling?
I'm not thrilled, but so far it looks a little promising.
Does it?
Right now.
What am I missing?
Well, last time I checked, because I'm not watching any of the news things, I got a friend of mine that's watching from somewhere, and it says that Biden is at 200 already.
Right, but it looks like of what's left. Looks like of what's left, there's not a whole lot left for him to pick up. So that, I guess that's a concern. Yeah, it looks like, I mean, he's at 205, Trump's at 132. By those numbers, it looks, if you just look at the numbers, it looks good. But if you look at the map and the way states are trending, it doesn't look so good. Good night, Whispering Wolf. I'm sorry, I meant to say good night to Whispering Wolf before. Yeah, it doesn't look that great. So I'm worried. But what are you gonna do? And Michael, where are you calling from? You're calling from Canada, aren't you?
Yeah, I am. I'm in Saskatoon, Saskatchewan.
Wow. What? That's actually, I don't know my provinces that well. That's all the way
far west.
Okay.
Right in the middle of the country, basically.
Gotcha. And you're born and raised there? You're Canadian from birth, and yeah. And you were saying a lot of things in the chat that I noticed that seemed to be indicative of a pretty specific viewpoint. I'm curious if you want to sum up any of those here. Oh, and just say, gotta say goodnight to Leah. Good night, Leah. Sorry. And Katerina. Good night, Katerina.
So I am unfortunately in a province that sees an enormous amount of American influence all the time, just like culturally, on our language and lingo, attitudes, and it's a conservative province, and the conservatives basically worship all of your Republican presidents. I even have people who are born and raised in Saskatchewan or Alberta who have absolutely no ancestry from the United States who will fly Confederate flags. Like,
wow.
Yeah.
Is there justification for that? It's a symbol of rebellion or something?
A lot of them won't. You can't. It's so hard today to get people who are in support of that to just outright say what they actually think. But like, they love the way it triggers people around them. They like to upset all the native people that live around here, all the immigrants that we have living here. Like, it's ridiculous. And yeah, it's people that they've never ever had relatives living in the US. Like, they're even like 2 generations ago were German immigrants. Like, come on.
So they're literally just using it there to like
ceremonial. The Queen actually has no real power.
Right.
And then there is a parliament, and this parliament operates very similar to the US. We have a Senate. We have a provincial legislature, which will be like a House of Representatives, but for each province. Then we have we have a House of Parliament and all of that. We have very similar kind of breakdown of the different levels. But I can tell you for sure our prime minister at the very top has nowhere near as much power as a president does.
He's got better hair, though.
He's physically fit, too, and he's very corrupt, but he's not a bumbling buffoon, usually.
Right. Yeah, and he doesn't seem to... I don't know. I'm just going based on, what little what very, very little I know about Canada and about Justin Trudeau. But, his father was prime minister, right? So,
yeah, Pierre Elliott Trudeau.
Yeah. So very much like a dynastic kind of thing. But at least he seems to know how to put on a good show.
Yeah.
And maybe
he's definitely like passed some policies that were good. Like, he's the main figure leading for decriminalizing marijuana nationally, which has saved a lot of people from, I consider, wrongful imprisonment.
So you have a fair number of people right now imprisoned for possessing marijuana?
We still have people who have criminal records that haven't been expunged or pardoned for this crime that's now not illegal anymore.
Yeah, that's the craziest thing. How can
it's been years now?
And that happens in America too. And KJ, I don't know how familiar you are with like Alabama state laws. I don't really know much about them. I do know. Wait, yes, you're from. Yeah. You know what my experience with Alabama is?
I don't know if that's a good or bad thing.
My experience with Alabama that I remember the most is I was driving through Alabama, right, and went to through Birmingham, right, and came upon this fountain in front of the city hall or something like that. That was like this bizarre pagan fountain with like a goat sitting on a throne, and then a bunch of stone animals, like turtles on top of turtles with a rabbit sitting on top of it. And this was a large stone fountain in front of the city. I believe it was the city hall. I looked it up since then, and it actually is like some old. Let me look it up again real quick.
Well, Birmingham also has a statue of Vulcan, so it's not unusual.
Did you say a statue of Vulcan?
Yes. And it's surprisingly, a lot of people who drive through seem to want to make it their goal to get a picture of his ass.
A Vulcan?
Yes.
Vulcans are known for having tight glutes. Yeah, so it's the storyteller fountain.
No,
I'm sorry.
no. Do you mean
Like Vulcan the god?
Oh,
yeah,
sorry.
Yeah, not Star Trek. That's what I was trying to clarify.
A heavy hammer. So the thing that I was talking about was the storyteller fountain, I guess. A sculpture fountain located in the heart of 5 Points South. Realistically depicted fairy tale creatures gathered around a storyteller, but the storyteller is like a goat. It just says it's been mistaken for satanic. A naked man was observed chanting in the fountain on the morning of September 19th, 2018.
I wouldn't be surprised.
Yeah, it was just really bizarre. It wasn't actually what I thought, like the kind of thing I would run into in Alabama, but it was interesting and weird. But I don't know, like what, I don't know, what your, I feel like I'm asking the same questions of everybody, and I feel like that's bad, but I don't know what else to ask.
It's okay.
When it comes to, basically, if you all wake up tomorrow morning and Trump is sort of somehow managed to cling on to another 4 years, how adversely, like, how do you feel that's going to affect you directly, and how do you think you're going to feel?
Well, me personally, I'll probably go a couple more rounds with my boxing bag. It's the only legal way I can handle it.
Do you paint a picture of his face on the back? Is it a speed bag, or is it like a heavy bag?
It's a heavy bag.
Okay, so you can really.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I got a friend of mine who had a buddy of his paint Trump's face onto a speed bag, and I watch him regularly beat that one
until the paint kind of chips off.
Yeah.
That's satisfying too. I would think a heavy bag would be more satisfying, maybe, but I don't know. Maybe, but they probably both have their pros and cons. But as far as like things that you might do differently, or is this what you expected, or is this what you are expecting, or I guess.
I'm kind of one of those right now, praying for the best and expecting the worst.
Yeah.
Because it's Alabama, and most of the South is conservative, so I wasn't surprised when Trump won Alabama. So.
Right. Yeah. And how about you, Mike? So if Saskatchewan is so heavily influenced by what we do. Wow, our shirts are kind of like almost like melding into each other. That's weird. Sorry. It's late. How do you feel about what the next 4 years would bring?
I honestly am of the opinion, like I don't know if you remember me mentioning in chat weeks ago, but I am a archaeologist and a historian trying to be. Almost done my schooling. That's my awesome. Area of specialty is I want to study how civilizations fall and how urban settlements are made, the patterns people use, the kinds of policies they'll use in making them. There's a lot of similarities in how society is today to how it has been before. Like, we have political corruption that's plaguing most countries on Earth at this point. We have economic inequality globally, and we have climate change rising that's going to basically make most of this planet inhospitable. make it very difficult to grow crops. Like, for instance, I have a friend of mine and professor, Dr. Ernie Walker at the university here, who studies plains archaeology in the Great Plains region and has been working with environmentalists to study the increased aridity of the soil across that entire region from Saskatchewan down to Texas. And that's where I think something like almost 70% of crops, food production consumed by North Americans is made there. And it's becoming increasingly difficult to grow certain kinds of crops. They're having increased drought. Like eventually you will have food crises, and you're going to be running out of oil. You're going to be running out of other resources that are going to cause conflicts eventually. These presidents that you guys are electing, I feel like either side will do almost nothing to help you resolve those coming problems. Like, Biden is clearly better as a choice to avoid any kind of disaster. And he is not a president who puts national security at risk by going on Twitter tirades. Like,
right.
He's not gonna threaten nuclear war with Kim Jong-un over Twitter. Like, but he's a corporatist and an oligarch, and he doesn't really care about the needs of the people. Neither does the party that he's representing. But like, I don't see any foreseeable way to really get rid of any of the problems you guys have, to be able to have a third party or fourth party be able to rise up at this point. Like, here in Canada, we have a ton of parties.
All right, go ahead. Good.
I was about to say, nobody takes the third party here seriously. The independent party, no one takes them seriously. So,
well, here in Canada, we have multiple parties. Really, only two of them ever get a chance at the national level, but we have multiple, I think 5 that get a decent chance in the provincial level and local level. We have the Conservative Party, which is basically Republicans, the Liberal Party, which is center-right kind of corporatists like the Democrats. Then you have the New Democratic Party, the NDP, which is just a little bit left of the Liberals. And then you have like the Bloc Québécois, which is a sometimes liberal, sometimes conservative party, but their purpose is to separate and make Quebec its own province.
Yeah, I know about
they get a lot of prominence in that province, though, but that's really the only issue they run on. They don't really...
That's all they care about.
They're not like telling people, hey, once we're own country, these are the policies we want. No.
Are you familiar with Propaganda or the Weaker Thans? Have you ever heard
Propaganda? Propaganda is that band you mentioned, isn't it?
Yeah. I just asked because I'm from Winnipeg.
I'm not familiar.
I sing a lot about Canada in that area. Well, I guess Winnipeg is not in Saskatchewan. It's right. It's
right east of us. It's not very far from me.
Yeah, they're Winnipeg based. I just thought you might have, and they're also very anti-corporatocracy and anti-capitalist and that kind of thing. But as far as tonight goes, right? Like either one of those people, like you said, is going to be owned by. It's not going to change the fact that it's a corporatocracy, right? So. Oh, Lexi is going to bed. Sorry. Let's say good night. Good night, Lexi. Thank you for coming by. Hopefully we wake up tomorrow and everything is better. Did you all have any questions that you wanted to ask or anything in particular? I'm sorry. Feel like I'm a bit both discouraged and fatigued going into the 5th hour. So it's kind of hard for me to come up with stuff. But don't know if you have any questions for me or for anyone in the chat.
Not really.
No, not really.
No.
It's nice getting to know you all, I guess.
Same.
I'm kind of, I'm sorry because like this would be better for your career on this platform if you had more viewers, but if you had more viewers, it'd be like all the political streams that are happening right now where there's like 200,000 people watching Hassan Piker and there's like 20,000 comments blasting through every single second.
Yeah, there's no way to address any
Absolutely
individual.
no way to interact with anyone.
Oh, well, but if you donate $100, then your comment will stay up there for 30 seconds and you'd be more likely to get like that. That's the kind of thing that I would, yeah. I mean, it's not that I don't want to appeal to people, but I do like the fact that I know everybody in the chat, and even to the point of like knowing somewhat of the personalities of the people in the chat. I just think that is really, really cool. And I want to continue that. And this is just another piece of it. I think probably doing this is something that I need to incorporate regularly, but maybe not doing it as much each time, because I'll run out of time. I'll run out of time to do it. But okay, how about you, KJ? Anything you want to say? Any shout outs you want to give? Anything like that?
Not really.
No.
No.
What is
Do we
behind
have
you? The
a-
sword?
I honestly
Do we have a
wasn't expecting
Discord?
anything to be on tonight. Huh?
Do we have a
Which one?
Discord at all?
I'm not.
Nine?
I know nothing about the Discord. I think there might be one. Elliot would know about it, I guess. Or
Well, if
Nasha.
there is one and it's based around this, you should probably make it. I never let anyone else, like if you want an official Phoenician sailor Discord server, don't, just from experience of seeing what happens in other communities, you should be the only owner of that.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know what I can do, right? Like, it's not like I can stop people from talking about what they want to talk about. You know, I don't, like, I'm not sure how I could.
It's I'm still trying to figure out what the hell, how to use it, like how to install bots and moderations and things like that, but it's fairly simple.
Yeah.
I
Go
know
ahead,
bot
Katie.
work, but I'm still trying to figure out how to. I have a friend of mine who's trying to figure out how to block certain words. I don't know why he's doing that.
You know what I'm trying to figure out, and I've been talking to some archaeologists and historians, and I might talk to some psychologists here at the university. It's a little hard to do now that like I cannot physically set foot in the university though, with being closed. But I want to figure out like when did ASMR as a term come into being? Because like this phenomenon I've had since I was a little kid. Like I even remember like a local Walmart where I was growing up had a section on just like they'd sell CDs and DVDs of just rain sounds and relaxing sounds. I want to know like if there's any ancient opinion and recording of people talking about that phenomenon.
I'm sure there is, like under a different name, right? Like some kind of even like chanting. Like it seems like there might. I wonder if there's like some connection with that, like getting into like a Zen state.
Well, yeah, like Buddhist chanting with the drums and things is an example for sure.
Yeah,
I'm wondering if like because there's some societies that had such like meticulous record keeping of like everything, like Rome. We're missing like 70 to 80% of all Roman documents, and yet even then we still have such an enormous amount of them. I'm just wondering, like, someone would have just written that down, trying to figure that out. But
Yeah, I have no idea, but it would be super interesting to find out about.
My university is doing a study on ASMR in the psychology department, or at least they were before COVID, because they needed test subjects to come volunteer, and I was gonna see about doing that.
That's pretty funny. Oh, I mean, it's awesome, not funny, but KG, what is that banner behind you?
That one. The Night Watch from Game of Thrones.
Oh, is it Sword in the Darkness?
Sword in the Darkness. Yeah.
Okay, got it.
A watcher on
And
the walls.
Yeah.
then I also have one for House Mormont.
Oh yeah, I see it. I can see the edge of it. Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, guys. I think I'm gonna probably call it a night because I am exhausted. But thank you so much for hanging around and for just being characters. And I hope you continue to hang out and we get to know each other better. And yeah, go Canada. But yeah, and thank you for talking to me tonight.
It was nice.
All right. Talk to you all later.
Talk to you later.
Bye-bye.
See ya.
Okay, so that was 5 hours. Nacha, or Nacht, if I promise you that the next time you will be the first to go, I'm exhausted. I don't think I can go any longer. 5 hours is my limit. And I know I didn't get to you. But yeah, I'm like in a stupor right now, just sort of. Oh, the stream is way behind the comment. I guess it's lagging a bunch. That sucks. That sucks. Anyway, it doesn't look like things are going great. Yes, Noct, you're in the next slot, if you want to be. But thank you all for this was amazing. Doing this was fantastic. I had a really, really good time. And hopefully, I feel like actually I'm going to fall asleep. So hopefully we'll wake up tomorrow and see what happens. Probably crap. Give him one last rub. Come through for me. All right. I love you all and hope you all have a good night. And I really hope we wake up tomorrow and enough ballots have been counted that make up for what looks like an upset. All right. So take care, everybody, and I will see you soon. And no matter what the outcome, remember, stay strong and protect each other and be friends with each other and don't let shit go down without saying something. And thank everybody who participated in the chat and everybody who talked, and we'll see you all soon. All right. Good night.